held at the twilight past gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spurs singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
That's a win! Ball is way out of here.
5 consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with a throw to the plate. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
Hello, friends. The great Jim Nance kicks off the Masters today. It is underway in Augusta. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. It's one of the great catchphrases in sports, if you will. It's certainly one of the great openers out there. The greatest tournament in golf is now underway in Augusta National. We'll talk a lot about that today with Raphael Esparza. We'll look at the leaderboard. I've got an amazing article that I found about this year's Masters and who is set up to win it. There are 18 trends. There's one golfer that fits all 18. One. And so we'll talk about that. We do have Grayson Greiner coming up tonight. The Gamecocks kickoff or tee off, whatever, a 3-game series in the great state of Texas against the Texas A&M Aggies in College Station. Gamecocks trying to win a series for the first time this season, so we'll chat with him about that. And coming up here in just a little bit, Brad Muller will be here. We'll recap some of the women's stuff and hit on some of the portal stuff. And things are getting real for Gamecock softball, very real as far as what could set up in the postseason and how far they could go with that setup. So it's a jam-packed couple of hours. The show follows. We'll just see if we can squeeze in some Gamecock football. If not, then JC and Phil will certainly have you covered there. If you haven't had a chance, if you're working this morning and you haven't looked at the leaderboard yet at Augusta National, there are 6 players currently at 200. Nikolai Højgaard Zach Johnson, Chris Kirk, an amateur, Noah Kent, 2 under through 5, Aaron Rye, and Brian Harmon. They are all sitting there at 2 under par, and then there's a host of others that are at 1 under par, including my late father's favorite, Freddie Couples, who's 1 under through 4. He always plays pretty well at Augusta National. It is just absolutely spectacular. It's 62 degrees right now on the course, barely any clouds in the sky. There's no rain scheduled for the next 4 days, so they will play this sucker by Sunday, and we'll have a winner come Sunday evening over there. The winds are out of the west right now, around 13 miles per hour, with gusts up into the low 20s from time to time, and it's very low humidity. So it's just perfect for golf. If you are going or know somebody that is there, enjoy it because it is just spectacular weather. And so we'll talk to Raphael about how that's going to affect a lot of things. Sometimes it gets rainy and then hot in Augusta, and the course gets all wacky and gets fast and it slows down and all kinds of things. But with beautiful weather, seemingly everybody's going to have a pretty decent play, or pretty decent or similar conditions, I should say, across the field, unless the winds kick up from time to time. So really looking forward to that. You got a big group coming up here in just a little bit. You got a 10-15 tee time of Justin Thomas, Scotty Scheffler, and Jose Louis Ballester, an amateur, at 10-15. Mickelson, Day, and Bradley are, I think they just teed off. I think they're on the first right now. You got Spieth, Terrell Hatton, and Tom Kim coming up at 10-26. Tony Finau, Thomas Detry, Maverick McNeely, one of the great names in sports, at 10:37. So those are your next few groups they're going to be teeing off here in just a little while. So really excited to watch some golf with all of you this morning. We're glad to have you. Happy birthday to Kenny Hart in our Nana Sports chat box today. He said he's 23 years old. You got a long ways to go, young man. Enjoy it while you can. And I really appreciate you spending your time with us. It means a lot. Also want to shout out a gentleman named Richard, because last night, and myself and Mike and JC received a text from the king of late night, the great Matt Anderson, who's at a concert down here in my neck of the woods in the Low Country. And he ran into a gentleman who apparently cuts us on and watches day to day. And so, Richard, we appreciate you, my man. And I hope the king of late night signs something for you. He's going to be famous before the rest of us are. So that's pretty cool. So we really, really, really appreciate that. Hello, Mad Dog. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It was a little hairy here to start the day, but we're off and running, and it's good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. We're prepared for almost all contingencies
here. Yeah, almost. That's right. That's fine. We also we got baseball tonight, as I pointed out, in College Station. Jake McCoy will take the ball. He's 3-3 with a 6.35 ERA, but his best start came last week on the road in Starkville in league play, and he'll go up against Ryan Prager, the junior lefty, who's 2-2 with a 3.52 earned run average, 46 innings pitched, 42 strikeouts, and 13 walks, and a change in the rotation tomorrow, which caught me off guard. Matthew Becker, although he pitched beautifully last weekend, he will get the start. Jarvis Evans will not get the start tomorrow. I don't know if that means that Saturday's TBA for the Gamecocks. I don't know if they're planning to start him, but if they have to use him sooner, I don't know what they're doing. But Becker will get the ball tomorrow. He's 2-2 with a 6.19 earned run average, 46 strikeouts to 14 walks and 32 innings pitched this year. And as he pointed out last week, as he proved, if you get ahead of hitters, he can be lethal. Hopefully he'll be that tomorrow for the Gamecocks, and hopefully the Gamecocks will be up 1-0 in the series. Justin Lampkin, who's been around the block, the junior lefty for the Aggies, is 2-3 on the year with a 3.66 earned run average. He's got 52 strikeouts and 46 2/3 innings pitched, and that goes along with 11 walks. Miles Patton will face somebody for the Aggies coming up on Saturday, but they are rolling in the runs right now. Tuesday night, they beat Sam Houston State 14-1, and that comes off of hanging 26 runs in a doubleheader on Tennessee last Saturday in Knoxville. Yeah, so 40 runs in the last 3 games for Texas A&M. That ain't good. And Jake McCoy's
Well, they
gonna
just
have
used
to
them
work.
all up. You're good. You're good. They just
Well,
used them all up.
that's what they say.
That's
That's what they say. But so we'll see what happens. That's bad news for Carolina. The good news is the Gamecocks are 5-4 all time in games played in College Station. Can that trend continue? Well, we'll find out. A&M won 2 of 3 the last time that they played, which was in Columbia in 2023. South Carolina did climb back to win the final game in that series and salvaged. And it was Ethan Petrie who went 3 for 5 with 3 ribbies in the ball game, and Garrett Gainey who pitched the final 3 innings of the game to secure it for South Carolina. So we'll see what happens tonight. We're going to talk much more about that coming up here in just a little bit. Again with Grayson Greiner. We look forward to getting Grayson in, and we haven't had him in a couple of weeks, so we've had some scheduling conflicts. So fired up certainly about that. That's right, Jay Frew. I'm live from Amen Corner today. From time to time, you'll hear me whisper because they'll be on the green behind me. But when they're moved, when they're off to the when they're off to the 14th and the 15th, and they're out of here, then I'll be able to speak like I'm speaking right now. Queen's got DeChambeau, and I'm going with. I have such a good feeling that this is going to be the 4th time in history that there is a back-to-back champion, which would be Scotty Scheffler. Okay, and I'd be fine with Scotty Scheffler winning this. I'm a huge Scotty Scheffler fan, and they did let him in today. For anybody wondering, they let him onto the course, so he was not arrested prior to trying to tee off this morning. But I'm going to go with Rory. I'm going to go with Rory to complete the Grand Slam. Did you not see the putt that his daughter sank yesterday?
That was great.
Come on, man.
That was great.
If that's not a sign of things to come, Phil, I mean, come on.
She played that perfectly, right down the hill, nice little slope, right into the cup. Like,
yeah. I mean, come on, man. Like, it was the cutest thing. And Lowry's out there going crazy.
Oh, yeah,
Rory.
he went nuts.
Yeah. I mean, that was awesome. I mean, that was just awesome. So I was wavering. I've been on the Rory train. And I thought, I don't know, man. I might just need to go back and play it safe. I'm in this Masters field, which I guess I need to give them my money. With Weasel. Yeah, I call him Weasel. With Aaron Beasley from Palm Casual and Michael Flynn, a bunch of other dudes. So I thought, with my group that I've got here, I better go with Chef. I can't do it. I got to go with Rory after the kid made the putt. Rory will tee off today at 1:12 with Ludwig Oberg and Akshay Bhatia. That's a 1:12 tee time this afternoon. Bryson, by the way, is teeing off at 1:23 with Hideki Matsuyama and Shane Lowry. So the afternoon groups are pretty good themselves. But anyways, so who you got? Who you going with?
I'm going chalk. I'm just going to go Scheffler. That's what I think. I like the 2 in a row. It's been a while since it's happened, and he's got the stuff to do it again.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I know, knowing my wife, she's pulling for Rory. Which, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. She loves to watch golf, which, hey, that's cool. That's nice. Yeah, makes Sundays nice and easy, right?
Absolutely.
Catch it. Yeah, a little nap, keep a half an eye on it. Yeah.
It's just now that the weather's nice. I can't wait to be back on the course here soon. Got a new driver in the bags, fired up to go out and spray that around. It probably won't help me, but it's at least we got a new one. So
you look like you know what you're doing. There you go.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, that's what it's all about. My neighbor caddies at the Ocean Course, so I get to run out there from time to time for well, I don't want to. I just get to go out there and play. I'm very lucky. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So excited about that. All right, we do need to step aside. Today's program brought to you by our buddy Tony Pope, Tony Pope State Farm. If you head to the ballpark or Colonial Life Arena or Woodbury Stadium, you see his name everywhere. Tony's a pretty good golfer himself. TonyPope.com. It is you've been watching the mortgage rates, right? They're just wacky right now with everything that's going on. They will calm down. But when these things happen, it's always a good time to, when you're playing the financial game with yourself, you gotta start checking on the insurance, start shopping the rates a little bit. If that's you and you need to do it with our friend Tony Pope. Tony Pope, State Farm. He supports high school athletics all across the great state of South Carolina, in addition to your Gamecocks, and he's a great Gamecock himself. TonyPope.com. When we return, another great Gamecock, the voice of the women's basketball program, and pretty much anything else you can put his voice to. It's all going to be good. Brad Muller will join us on the other side.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Deep drive to left. Morgan looks up and it is gone.
That one is a problem.
That ball rid to right and deep and gone. Swinging a drive. Left field, way back and gone.
All right, it is 10:20 a.m. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, presented by our friends at Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com to order it and have it shipped to your doorstep. A little bit of downtime maybe right now for Brad Muller. He's been traveling around the country calling games, and it ended in the last one, Brad. They just couldn't get over the hump. UConn was playing the best basketball of everybody. They proved it again in that national championship game. But Carolina's still they're not going anywhere. We'll get to that here in just a minute. But I know it was a frustrating evening down in Tampa for Dawn and her basketball program. They expected to win and just ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you said, Connecticut, obviously a terrific team. They're healthy for one of the few times in recent years. They've had a lot of bad luck with injuries, and they've made the Final Four. I think 16 of the last 17 years. Anyway, they're always in the conversation, and they're definitely playing their best basketball at the right time. And they've got 3 players who were when they came out of high school at different times, were the national players of the year coming out of high school. They had them all on the floor at the same time, and they were all playing like national players of the year at the same time, which is what you want. And I don't know who you would have put out there that were going to beat them the way they were playing in the tournament. I mean, obviously they beat South Carolina handily. It was close, the first 7 or 8 minutes, and then pulled away 10-point lead at halftime. And Gamecocks obviously couldn't keep pace in the second half. But the game before that, they beat UCLA, who was the number 1 overall seed. They beat them by about 30 as well. So it wasn't a fluke when they beat South Carolina. UConn was the best team in the tournament, and they were playing like the best team in the tournament at the right time. It's not fun to watch when they're doing it to your team, but it was pretty incredible to watch overall, to see them execute and be efficient. And I don't think UConn gets enough credit for how well they play defense, because they were fantastic on that side of the ball too.
That's a wonderful point. And sometimes it's okay to tip your hat. It might hurt a little bit, but it's okay to tip your hat.
Yeah.
Sign me up, by the way, for the future Sarah Strong, Joyce Edwards matchup.
Yeah.
I'm in on this. These players are just, I know Joyce had some tough moments from time to time. She had some brilliant moments from time to time as well in the tournament. Sarah Strong is spectacular. Joyce is spectacular. This is, when they play again next year, that's going to be something.
Yeah, and fortunately we play UConn every year in the regular season, so you're going to get to see that matchup, for 3 more years. And Joyce obviously was very good this year, and she can still get better. That's the good news. Sarah Strong was unbelievable as a freshman. I mean, that young lady can do it all. She's a big who can drive to the basket, who can hold her own under the basket because she's got great size. She can handle the basketball. And, oh, by the way, she shoots close to 40% from 3-point range. It's just not fair, right? Yeah. She's a tremendous talent. And there's a reason why everybody, including South Carolina, wanted her. And, she's fun to watch when she's not playing your team. I'll say that.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, you're right about that. You're right about that. The one thing that I always want to make sure that I give credit to UConn for is how classy their players generally are. When you hear them speak, first of all, they're very well spoken about themselves and about their opponents. And I heard so much credit given to South Carolina. Obviously, they credit themselves as they should, but I want to make sure that they receive that from our end too, because this has turned into a neat rivalry. This is great for basketball. But I want to ask you about anything that you know about the relationship between Dawn and Gino. I'm sure I know you were calling the game or set to call the game, but prior to it, Gino walked over and was kind of like, "Where's my hug, Dawn?" He was waiting on her to walk down and they gave a hug. And I think that a lot of fans, if you're UConn, for a long time, if you weren't a UConn fan, you I don't want to say hated, but you had a strong dislike for them because they were at the pinnacle of the sport every year. They were the dudes. I mean, that's what they did. Yep. They beat everybody. And of course, South Carolina moved into that role, and then they attracted some of that, as you well know. I think there's a lot of fans that maybe wonder, is there a real relationship between these two?
Well, sure. They know each other well. They coached together, coaching Team USA when Gino was the head coach and Dawn was an assistant coach, I believe, for Team USA. And then later Dawn became the head coach and all that. So they've worked together before. They know each other very well, not just because they've played each other every year for the last however many years we've played UConn. I think we played them every year, since Coach Staley's been here. And actually that's started the year before Coach Staley got here. But and there's certainly a mutual respect. And I've heard Coach Staley talk about it in interviews before, she likes to talk about her program playing to a standard, but she also talks about how UConn has been the standard for a long time. Now they've won 12 national championships since 1994. That's, more than, about half of them, and they've been, I think, I know they've been to 24 Final Fours overall under Gino Auriemma, which is another incredible figure, more than anybody else ever in women's basketball. And I want to say, I think I'm correct, I think they've been to 16 of the last 17 Final Fours as well. When they won this year, before they won this year, people were saying, "Oh, UConn's not as good." And I'm like, they get to the Final Four every year. You realize that, last year they were one play away from playing South Carolina in the championship game. They ended up losing, by a bucket to Iowa. And, they had last year, they lost 5 kids to injury for the year and they were still there. So, I mean, yeah, there's a mutual respect, I believe, between the two of them. They do things a little bit differently, but, I think they both do things the right way and have always done things the right way. They don't cheat. They are classy on the court. They teach their players to play fundamentally well. So, while they may have some, a little bit different personality wise, and, sometimes, both coaches can be outspoken on different things. I think there are some similarities as well. And I just believe there's a certain level of respect between, two of the greatest women's basketball coaches of this century.
Well, if we know anything about Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma, they know what greatness looks like.
Yep.
And, they might not think along the same lines about certain things or whatever that may be, whatever, put it in your back pocket. because you still understand greatness, and those two are as great as we've ever seen. Probably the two, alongside Pat Summitt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's another one that fits into that mold. I mean, Tara Vanderveer.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say Tara Vanderveer, Kim Mulkey will get mentioned because of the national championships and the number of Final Fours. But yeah, certainly, again, Pat Summitt, was the standard for a long time, and don't want to sound disrespectful, but Gino's past that. 12 national championships and a lot more Final Fours, and doing it in a place. I grew up in Connecticut, and I can tell you, Storrs, Connecticut, especially in the 80s and 90s, there was not a lot there. There's not a ton of there now, but comparatively speaking, there's a lot more in Storrs. But when I grew up, Storrs, UConn was everyone's safety school in Connecticut because there was nothing there. It was, out in the middle of cow country, as we used to call it. And to be able to build a program there, basically out of nothing, was incredible, and I think he said it, and I think Dawn has repeated it, winning is hard. Continuing to win is even harder, and that's what they've both been able to do.
Well, that's where I was going. Actually, I'm glad you said that. It's a wonderful segue because UConn hadn't won it since 2016, and outside of the UConn program, you can make an argument that a lot of the folks that actually are really invested in women's basketball were questioning whether Gino would win another one before he decided, okay, I'm going to hang it up and move to an island somewhere and get out all this cold snow. And so here we are. We're 9 years removed from that, and the Gamecocks have won 3 since then. You've had a bunch of other teams that have won national championships, and they came back and won another one. I mean, as you pointed out a minute ago, they never went anywhere. They were always there. Yep. They just couldn't win it, Brad. And I think that speaks even more so to the ability of Gino Auriemma to, aside from all the basketball stuff, recruiting and signing good players and coaching and all that stuff, but to maintain that winning spirit, if you will, if that makes sense. Like, no, we're still Connecticut. We may have not won one in nearly a decade, but I'll be damned if we're done. And they certainly proved that.
Yeah, and exactly. And you know how expectations are. When you start winning, people think you're going to do it in perpetuity. I mean, and it's hard to do. You remember, when Steve Spurrier was doing great things here with football, then all of a sudden things leveled off. And it's hard to maintain that. Same with baseball. You've got, look at SEC baseball. Every year, someone from the SEC seems like they're winning the College World Series, and then maybe the next year they don't even make the playoffs. It's hard to do. Connecticut and South Carolina, as of late, have consistently been two of the more dominant programs, but the talent is a lot more spread out. So it's more difficult for those programs like UConn and South Carolina to keep doing what they're doing, because with NIL and the portal and all that, the wealth is being spread out. The talent wealth is spread out a lot more than it's ever been, which is one of the challenges UConn had. But as we said, they're still there. South Carolina has the same thing. There's a lot of talent that's spread around, especially in the SEC, but they're still doing it. They're finding different ways to win.
Carolina ain't going anywhere.
Right.
Dawn on Sunday night said, yeah, I think we're going to hit the portal. And about 48 hours later, maybe less than that, the number one player in the portal, the number one scorer in the country, Tanaya Latson from Florida State, chose to become a Gamecock. And Raven Johnson said, I don't think I'm done with rings either. I think I'd like to come back and maybe win a few more of these things, SEC titles and hopefully a national championship. That is you mentioned the portal and NIL and all that. That is significant. I thought they were missing a consistent dynamic shooter. That is not the case anymore. They got one.
Yeah, it's been a good week after Sunday's loss, obviously, because you get your starting point guard back, and if everything stays in place, knocking wood when I say this, if the Gamecocks do return all their guards, and hopefully that is the case, that nobody hits the portal. I mean, when you think about what you got, obviously with Tanaya Latson, who was the nation's leading scorer, now don't expect her to do everything she did at Florida State, because at Florida State she was taking about 20 shots per game. That's not going to happen here because of the way South Carolina plays and the depth they have. But it's good to know you've got someone who's very good at driving to the basket, who can shoot the three effectively. She's not a huge 3-point shooter in terms of volume, But she can, which will stretch a defense as well. And you have to play her honest on the perimeter, but she can drive to the basket. She can pull up off the bounce, which is huge. She's a good defender. And I think what's kind of underrated for someone who led the nation in scoring, she averaged almost 5 assists per game. So it's not just like it's all about me. She's going to distribute. I was speaking with Debbie Antonelli earlier this week just to bend her ear a little bit. Hey, tell me a little about, because you've seen her play more than I have, because I'm always paying attention to SEC stuff during the year. And she said what I had heard, that she's an unselfish player despite the gaudy numbers, and that she is a team player, and one that could fit in very well. And with what the Gamecocks haven't come back, again, you've got Raven coming back. You've got Maddie McDaniel, who I really like, who is a backup point guard this year, but should still see a lot of time next year. She's going to be fantastic. Of course, you got Mylasia Fulwiley. You know what she can do, a very dynamic player. And then you got Tessa Johnson, another shooter who's added to her game as well. So you've got a very good backcourt, which is exciting, where you could have 2 waves, regardless of who's starters. You could really interchange most of them. You could start one group of 3 and then start another group, the next game, and there wouldn't be much fall off. But they're all going to get the same amount of minutes, most likely. And if they keep that in mind, it's a very formidable backcourt for the Gamecocks. Now, if they can just get some additional help in the post, you still got Joyce Edwards coming back. You got Chloe Kitts coming back, in terms of folks that have put up numbers. And whenever you get Ashlyn Watkins back, who will be an X factor, coming off the torn ACL, if you get her back, who knows when, I'm hoping, this is just me, not anything I've heard. I would hope, that you get her back by SEC play, if not sooner, to make a big impact there. So I would think if there's NIL money to go around, they're still looking for another experienced post. They do have another post in Adele Tack, who didn't play a lot this year. And they signed 2 freshman guard wing players as well that were McDonald's All-Americans. But if you can find another experienced post, South Carolina is going to have a very dangerous and deep lineup. And that's been the key over the years, is the depth.
That's exactly. I was about to ask you, what are they missing? It sounds like they're going to still look for somebody in the post if they can. And I think you have to. That's no disrespect to Ashlyn. You got to maintain who you are, as we have already talked about. So, the difference too, because they can't all start. I don't know. I mean, unless you can get a rule change somewhere where they can find a way to start, 7 or 8, probably 10 of them. But the other, if you can contrast and compare, what we just saw, right? UConn and the Gamecocks. UConn primarily plays like 6 players.
Yep,
and
that's what they've always done. They've
always done that. They they just come at you, and they come at you, and they come at you, and they come at you, and if you can't stop them, it's going to be a long night. And but South Carolina, as you well know, doesn't do that. I mean, they do play 6, but they play way more than 6. They're generally have 8, 9, 10 players that play a bunch of minutes, Brad. And so I always find it just so fascinating how Dawn gets all of these All-Americans, and she's got 2 more coming next year in high school too. How she gets all of them. This is your role. You're going to accept your role, and when you play, you're going to succeed in your role. And it happens literally every year. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is. And, she does a good job of obviously keeping a lot of kids happy because they do get the minutes. Sometimes the bench players sometimes get more than the starters, which, it goes into it validates the cliches that you hear of, trusting the process and all that, because when you do, good things are going to happen. You're still going to have a chance to play at a high level, get to Final Fours, even if you're not a starter. And the more kids embrace that, the more they see that it's true with this program. And I understand why, some of the kids in the past that were good that transferred because, they wanted to play, they wanted to start. Okay, that's fine. But you know what? South Carolina is the one that's still getting to the Final Fours because of that depth. And that's the way it's been for a long time. I always talk about one of my favorite years here was Asia Wilson's freshman year, when she and Elena Coates, who was a sophomore, both future All-Americans, came off the bench that year. And that was a Final Four team for South Carolina. But you had your starters that were older, that were solid. Elisa Welch and Ellen Ibiam were the starters at forwards that year. So you'd get punched in, and you had Tiffany Mitchell as a shooting guard, and Khadijah Sessions and Asia Dozier as the other guards, a good starting 5. They'd punch you in the mouth for 5 minutes. You get to the first media timeout, and then boom, here comes, Elena and Asia off the bench, and you get to see the other teams just go, the shoulders drop like, oh, now they're coming in, and that's kind of how it is. That's the way it is a lot of times for South Carolina. You get the good starting five, then, okay, here comes Ashlyn Watkins and Malaysia Fulwiley and Tessa Johnson. Good luck catching your breath.
I know, and nobody else has the depth to be able to keep up with it. It's really just incredible. Well, can't wait. Now, we can't wait. It's every time it ends for South Carolina, whether they win the title or they don't win the title, you can't wait to see them begin because you know what to expect, and we all expect greatness. Speaking of that, Ashley Chastain has been pretty great with her softball program. They've got a massive series this weekend on the road at Arkansas. It's a top 10 matchup in Fayetteville this weekend. They are currently number 2 in the RPI, and Softball America has got them not only hosting, but as a number 3 overall national seed right now, Brad. And you look at the rest of the schedule, it's the SEC, so it's clearly going to be difficult. But you can also make a little bit of an argument that they have already been through the most difficult stretch this year, or at least are about to wrap that up with this trip to Fayetteville coming up here this weekend. We can we've literally talked about every player on this roster over the last couple of months. I'm telling you what, I've paid so much attention to this program, but here's the thing though. I think that in league play, I mean, I obviously can't prove what I'm about to say, but there was a little bit of are they for real going into really every series. I'm not saying that the opposition was looking at going, well, they might not be that good, but sometimes until you actually go through it, it doesn't register if you're not used to a certain program being as good as they are. That is not the case anymore. The target is 1,000% on their backs. And from what I can see, Brad, and you've been around Ashley much more than I have, they had changed the dadgum thing. It's like, you go about your business the way you went about your business before. It's worked then. Why wouldn't it work now?
Yeah, this team just competes, and that's what makes this whole group of young ladies so fun to watch. I think they've won 3 straight SEC series against ranked teams, winning 2 out of 3 in all of them, including a couple of weeks ago, winning 2 out of 3 at then number 3 LSU. They won 2 out of 3 this past weekend over nationally ranked Ole Miss here. It'd be a tough weekend here. And again, the old cliche, if don't get swept on the road, win your series at home, and you got a good chance to host. And when you've got 12 or 13 SEC teams that are ranked in the top 25 every week, that could hold true again. The Gamecocks, including their non-conference series against ranked teams, have won 5 series against ranked programs this year. A couple of them on the road, the LSU series, sweeping Duke earlier this year. It's been incredible what they've been able to do. Even if they have a bad weekend, they bounce back pretty quickly. And this is a team that, gets to the postseason, can certainly be a problem for a lot of teams, because by the time they get to the postseason, they're not going to see anything tougher than what they've played in the regular season with the SEC. And that all started, their first SEC series at Oklahoma to open things up. They lost all 30 games, all by 1 run. And Oklahoma, was 4-time national champions. And you go on the road and lose 3 1-run games. You had a chance to win them all. You had a sense, all right, this team can compete, and they're doing that and more. And that's what's this neat about this program. It's not one kid, it's not, an Ethan Petrie that's, hitting all the home runs. That they're getting hits throughout their lineup. They're getting good pitching, and it's not pitching numbers that are going to overwhelm you in terms of someone who's going to strike out somebody 15 times a game. They're just getting the outs, and they're making the plays. They're one of the better defensive teams in the SEC. I think they're second in fielding percentage. They're just playing good ball. And it's really a joy to watch, because they're having fun, but they do things, they do the basics and the fundamentals very well in all aspects of the game.
Yeah, I thought, obviously the Oklahoma series, I think they proved to themselves, even in the losses, okay, we're pretty good. All right. And we need to, but the most telling day of the year for me was the Sunday in Baton Rouge, because they got throttled on Friday night.
Yes.
And they didn't play Saturday because of the weather. So you don't get to run back out there and play.
Yeah.
You have plenty of time to think about it. And Ashley, I think we talked to Ashley after that, and she was like, yeah, we kind of kept ourselves busy, went shopping, and ate lunch and did whatever. And then they run out there on Sunday, and they beat them twice on their home field.
Yep.
I thought that was the moment right there after that final game, 4-1, game 3 on that Sunday when they won 4-1. I thought, well, I'm not saying it's the turning point, but it's the magnifying glass. Okay, this team is going to be a force as the year goes along. Of course, they win last night 12-1 over Charleston Southern, Brad. But then you mentioned just a moment ago, like they can beat you in a bunch of different ways. They can score a ton of runs, but then they can also beat you 1-0 like they did last weekend against Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think it goes to the character of a lot of the individuals in this program right now, where, you know, softball is a little bit different than maybe some of the quote unquote higher profile sports where, you know, I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I'm sure they're not quite getting the NIL deals that maybe some of the other sports are. But you've got kids that want to be here. Yeah, you got kids that want to be here that grew up wanting to be at South Carolina. And maybe some of them started at other schools and got their opportunity, you know, this year to transfer in. And this was the destination for them. It's kind of an old school feel that, you know, they grew up in this state, yet they want to be here. And it's not just for, you know, and I'm not speaking badly about anyone who's getting NIL money, because, hey, more power to you if you can get it. But it's more about wanting to wear, you know, the logo and things like that. And this is where they wanted to go to school. And it's just really neat to see that, not just among, you know, by one player. It's a group that really wanted to be here. They believe in the things that Coach preaches. And, you know, they're just all bought in. It's, you know, if you haven't been out to see the ladies play, there's something special going on this year. Yeah, they're going to have a bad day, a bad weekend somewhere. Hopefully not this weekend. You know, hopefully they do well at Arkansas, but it's the SEC. Who knows what can happen? But, you know, this team, I think, has a lot of character, heart, and grit that they can do some special things. And it's just really been a joy to watch them find so much joy playing the game.
They are 31-8. They're 6-6 in league play. They have the second most wins in college softball in the Q1 category. They're 16-8 there. That is just behind Texas at 17-3 and Duke at 17-11. Wow, Duke has played 28 quad one games. Holy smokes! Yeah. They also played South Carolina. That didn't go very well for the Blue Devils. What do you know? Okay, because D1 Softball America has those projections out that I mentioned. They've got currently, and look, it's early April, so it's going to change, and we all know that. But right now, they got the Aggies as the number 1 overall seed. They got the team that they don't like very much, Texas, as the number 2 overall seed, and then there's South Carolina right there as the number 3 overall seed, ahead of Florida State, LSU, Florida, Oklahoma, right, at number 7. But you know, there's a bunch of SEC teams in there. Tennessee's at 10, Arkansas's at 9. Brad, Bama's at 15, which their program's taking a little bit of a step back if you judge them based on their history. The thing that the fans are going to point out when you see these initial projections are twofold. One, which regional they're paired with, which is Clemson as the 14th seed. Everybody's going, hey, give me all that. The other, though, would be who the 2 seed is in the Columbia Regional, if any of this actually came to fruition, and that's Virginia. And the Wahoos already came to town earlier this year, and the Gamecocks sent them packing in the, I think it was the Gamecock Invitational or the
they beat them twice.
Beat them twice in that, right? The opening tournament of the year. So we'll see if all that holds or not. But the question that I'm asking you, what do you know about the details of the process in which the softball selection committee works in? As in, what do they value the most? We know, you know, for example, if anybody's wondering what I'm asking here, you basketball, okay, and you got the tournament and how they. I'm not even putting football in any of this. That's a debacle. But you got college basketball, and you learn about all the metrics and all these things that they use to evaluate teams and who should and shouldn't be in. You have the same thing in college baseball. We're very well versed in that around here, obviously. What do you know about the inner workings of that in college softball, and what trends are going South Carolina's way to support that number 3 projected seed right now?
Yeah, I'll admit I don't know as much about the softball process as maybe, you know, basketball and things like that. What I've seen in the past is, you know, they're going to look at some of the numbers you brought up, the strength of schedule and things like that. they're going to look at the head-to-head stuff too, which obviously Oklahoma beating South Carolina might, if it ended today would, bump, Oklahoma up and things like that. The other thing they do with softball, similar to baseball, a lot of times in the regional, is they want to make it truly regional, if that makes sense, to cut down on travel. You see that sometimes even with soccer as well, where you're going to get some teams in maybe that don't have as far to try. Like, in basketball, it's not uncommon. Like, okay, team on the East Coast, you're going to go play in Spokane. Okay. Where in softball, okay, they're going to take the teams that are from maybe a tri-state area and try to lump them together. And things like that. So it's a little more, I think, regional in thought, but in terms of the higher seeds, I think they'll look at the head-to-heads, and the SEC is just going to beat up on itself, during this last month of the season anyway. So things are going to shake out the way they're supposed to. So because you're going to play so many ranked teams in the SEC, where you stand in your conference is going to have a lot of bearing as well, because South Carolina, as good as they've been, I think they're 8th or 9th in the league right now, because there's really just one game separating everybody, because they had that tough series with Oklahoma where they lost, all 3 by 1 run. So, but again, if you can make some hay, if South Carolina gets a chance to host, regardless if they get to host a super regional, if they get to host a regional, the math shows you have a chance to get out of it. And if you can get to a super, man, I mean, just hosting a regional would be a huge deal for this program. Not that getting to the postseason is always a big deal, but it's getting out of the regional would be the big deal, because that's something that hasn't been done a lot, in the last 10, 15 years.
Well, shoot, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only been once in that
amount
of time.
One time. Yep.
A few years ago, right?
Yeah, they went out to Arizona. Good series there. They won the regional and got out there. It seemed like every year South Carolina was going to Tallahassee for regionals for Florida State. So it would be nice not have to go to Tallahassee. Now that could very well be a regional you're matched up against, or as you mentioned, a Clemson regional, something like that, which creates some fun for the supers, which would make sense travel wise why they would do that, to have South Carolina if it ended today, if South Carolina was matched up with a Clemson regional, because that makes everybody's life easier traveling wise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because, obviously you said 6-6, so they're tied for 9th in the league, which sounds kind of shocking to people. Had they played maybe Auburn or Missouri, they'd be sitting there at 9-3 and 2nd in the league.
Right.
They would, I'm sure they would have swept them.
Yeah.
Just to be honest.
Yep.
But you also wouldn't be as high in the RPI by
Right.
having to go out and play Oklahoma. So there's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You always want the wins if you can get them. I'm going to say a bold thing here. Don't tell Ashley. Ashley, if you're watching, I didn't say this. Just cover your ears. Unless they just unbelievably fall off the wagon, they're hosting a regional.
Yep.
The question is, are they going to have enough to be a top 8 national seed,
right,
and be able to host a super regional if they get through their own regional? But again, they're going to have to literally fall off the wagon,
right,
to not host a regional, Brad. But these next 4 are critical. Arkansas, yep. And then of course they got to go to Clemson midweek next week as well.
Yeah, they've got some big ones. This will be big at Arkansas, and as I said, obviously you want to win every game, but a key is don't get swept somewhere on the road, because as tough as the schedule has been, and even the unranked teams are good, you don't play everyone in the SEC, but I believe 2 of the Gamecocks' remaining series in the SEC are against unranked teams. So you'd like to think you have a chance to win those series. You have a really chance, you have a chance to make some hay in this final stretch of the season. You've already won 3 very difficult series against ranked SEC teams. You win a few more, and you've got a great shot. So things are in your hands. Going into the last month of the season, which is where you want to be. You don't have to depend on anything else. Just keep doing what you've been doing. If you can take 2 out of 3 at home, and don't get swept on the road, they're in good shape.
Yeah, they are. The after this, the only road series they have is against the Auburn Tigers, who happen to be number 18 in the RPI, but they're just 2-13 in the league. And you go, well, how does that equate? Well, I'll tell you how. They had to go to 15th ranked Mississippi State. They hosted 3rd ranked Texas A&M. They went to number 1 Texas, and then they hosted 8th ranked Florida. That's how that happens right there. Yeah. Before they played Kentucky, 1, 2 of 3 against the Wildcats.
And you know how it is, in baseball and softball in the SEC, with how good the league is. regardless of record, everybody's good enough to beat you. You know, if you don't have a good day, if your pitcher just doesn't have the good stuff, or you get a bat, they're all good enough to beat you. It's not like a team with a losing record in the SEC. It's not like it's some mid-major that you're going to run rule. You should run rule every time you play them. They're good enough to beat you, you know, because at one point, I think everybody in the SEC has been ranked at some point in the season. You know, now they may be having trouble, as you said, you know, if they're 2-13 or whatever in the league. Well, yeah, somebody's got to lose every weekend when you're playing ranked teams, and you know, sometimes it's you, and they're all good enough to beat you just from what I've seen. So it's going to be fun to see how it shakes out, but it's just really been fun to watch these kids play. You know, Coach was telling me something earlier this week. They were doing she took them to volunteer at an animal shelter earlier this week. And I asked her, I said, you guys are getting ready for a road trip, and you got to make sure those kids don't come home with, 15 puppies and kittens, because, and I talked to some of the players before the game yesterday, and they said, yeah, we didn't take any home. So, all right. They were wise there.
They might have reserved one, though.
Maybe,
hang on to Lassie. I'll be back next week after we take 2 in Fayetteville. By the way, I just glanced at this. I just want to make sure I mention it. You were talking about the difficulty of the SEC, much like baseball. And I mentioned Auburn in that record. They're 25-16 overall, but 2-13 in the league. They swept North Carolina in the Tiger Invitational to open the season. They beat Clemson in Clearwater 6-3. And they beat Virginia, who South Carolina has beaten twice. They also beat Oklahoma State, who was ranked number 18th at the time in Clearwater, and they beat 25th ranked Liberty in Clearwater.
Yep.
And then they had a bunch of other teams that they should have beat, and then they had to play in this league, and they're sitting here going, "Man, we were
good enough."
Yeah, we were really good.
Yep.
So it's just crazy. All right, of all of that, that's all great. Love Ashley, love Dawn. They do a wonderful job. Yada yada yada. Who wins the Masters? That's the question of the day. Who is your pick to win the Masters?
Oh, I got to tell you, I am not a golf dude. I live on a golf course, but don't play. I couldn't even.
That guy.
Yeah,
no.
I moved out just to get out of town, and I'm that guy. I prefer to to go for a walk or go for a run. I couldn't even tell you. I was back in the the only time I watched golf was back when Tiger was doing his thing back 25 years ago, and that's it. So I would probably just have to go. Who's the favorite? Yeah, I'll take that guy.
Scheffler. Okay.
Yeah.
Go with So how many golf balls ricochet off your home?
Well, fortunately, none. I'm about about 100 yards from the course, but fortunately none. But it's a nice place to live. It's quiet, so I enjoy it. I've got a bad back anyway. Even if I wanted to play, I couldn't. What happens when you get old?
Don't hit a ball in the Muller's yard. You'll never see that thing again.
Make my fist at you.
Oh man. Well, I tell you what, we're glad to have you. And I don't know that I knew that you were actually from Connecticut. So I'm happy that you didn't get into the broadcaster's portal and the Huskies tried to sign you or anything like that.
Nah.
Glad you're still here.
Yep. This has always been home. I came down here in the late 80s to go to school, and I've stayed south there ever since. The taxes are way too high up there, and no desire to go back.
That's a good point. Yeah, Gino hadn't tried to recruit you. That's good. That's good news. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're an incredible voice and advocate for the University of South Carolina, and we appreciate all of your hard work. Are you, with softball, will you be able to – you'll be upstairs some here soon with some of these TV games, right?
Yeah, I did the game last night against Charleston Southern, so whatever game is on SEC Network Plus, I'll be doing those the rest of the way.
Okay. Well, we look forward to the broadcast. Brad, thanks for everything, man.
Thanks so much for having me. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, just tune in around 6:00 on Sunday. You'll catch the winner. So
okay,
whoever asks you at the water cooler on Monday morning or the coffee pot, you're like, oh yeah, that's Scheffler. I tell you what, he can play.
I'm too busy with softball and basketball. I don't have time for that.
Okay. See you, man.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. The great Brad Muller, just back from Tampa, and now set to call the rest of the way for Carolina softball, and that will include the postseason. All right, it is the end of the hour. Palm Casual, the Palm Casual back porch is about to get some action over the next few days as the Masters and Carolina baseball rolls into the weekend. PalmCasual.com. There are 4 locations here in South Carolina and one soon in North Carolina, Wilmington to be exact. PalmCasual.com is the best outdoor furniture that you can get. Gamecock owned and operated just as we are. When we return, Grayson Greiner will jump in. We'll get his pick for the Masters. We'll talk about the series at College Station this weekend as Carolina looks to win one finally in SEC play. We got Raphael Esparza due up next after him as well to talk about the odds in Augusta. Hang tight. The morning show will be right back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
It is the final hour of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by Resto Pros. A quick look at the leaderboard. Aaron Rye and Joaquin Neiman are tied at 3 under. One day there will be a name Whit Merrifield up there. He's the best baseball player I've ever known who can play golf at that level at least. And then there's a pair at 2 under, Chris Kirk and Stefan Yager. They are also at 2 under, but Spieth and Scheffler are on the board. They are both at 1 under. Who you got winning this thing, Grayson Greiner?
I'll go off the board. I'll go Russell Henley.
Oh, formerly of Mount
So
Pleasant.
I play a lot of DraftKings golf, so I'm pretty in tune with who's playing well. He's good, and Georgia boy. So I'll take an off the wall pick.
That's okay. That's all right. Thomas just put one within about a foot here, so he's about to knock one in. Russell used to live in my hometown, Mount Pleasant.
Oh, really?
So I would support Russell Henley. But I think you're wrong, though. I think you're wrong.
There's a 1 in 96 chance that I'm right. So
well,
probably right.
That's a good point. It's hard to get away, even though he'd only be the fourth to ever do it, going back to back. It's hard to get away from Scheffler. But dude, come on, man. Anytime your daughter knocks a putt in like Rory's did yesterday, Rory, this is your time. Go win the Grand Slam, my man. I'm gonna side with him. I'm gonna believe this time.
It's been a long 10 years since he won one. It was painful to watch last year. I think that was at the U.S. Open where he missed that short putt. And, I've always liked Rory, so I wouldn't hate seeing him win. Wouldn't hate seeing a couple guys win. So it's gonna be a good one.
How much golf have you been playing?
Once every couple of weeks.
Enough.
Enough. Yeah. I took when our daughter was born, I probably took 3 months off. So now I'm trying to get out there every couple of weeks and play. Goal is to get under a 10 handicap. I'm at about a 12 right now, so I need to play some good rounds here soon to get it into single digits.
Who do you usually play with?
Pancakes, Seddon, and my best friend Kyle Tolles. Us four usually play every other Sunday or so.
How are those guys?
Joel's pretty good. Joel's about he's probably about a 7. And Joey's terrible. He didn't play golf when we were in college. He didn't play his entire life. And then once we got out of college, he played once and became addicted. Now he plays more than any of us, but he's terrible. And I tell him that all the time.
You got to have that guy in the group though.
He can hit it a long way, but he's really not that bad. He's gotten a lot better. He can be high 80s, low 90s. I've seen him go as low as about 83. So he's fun to play with.
That's about where I am usually. It depends on the course and who I'm playing with. Sometimes I'm the worst golfer in the group, especially you play like with Smoke. Like, Smoke just talks trash the whole time, and I'm like, we're on the same team. Why are you doing that to me? You need to encourage me, Justin. If you'd like me to hit this next shot in, you need to encourage me. F that, I ain't doing that. Okay. So anyways, all right. Well, let's encourage this Carolina baseball team if we can, Grayson. They are desperate for a series win, and it just so happens that the Aggies are going to just stroll in, scoring 40 runs in their last 3 games, including the doubleheader sweep of the Vols, where they hung 26 of those 40 on them last weekend. They beat Sam Houston State a couple of nights ago, 14-1. Great timing, unfortunately. But both of these teams not having the year so far that they aspired to have, if you will. Of course, A&M was number 1 to start the season, so that's a little bit more of a shocker, I would say, nationally. It's an 8 o'clock first pitch tonight on ESPNU. Stu and Derek will be on the air at 7:45. Offensively, we had Will on yesterday, so we were able to get through a bunch of the pitching stuff. Again, a change this weekend. Jarvis Evans is back out of the rotation, and Becker's in. But offensively, I'm gonna key in on this with you. It's you played at the highest level of college baseball, and then you played in the big leagues, which is the highest level in the world. And I know big leaguers and high level players in college baseball like to come to the ballpark and know where they hit in the lineup. I mean, sometimes you might get a little adjustment here and there, but generally, if you're a middle of the lineup guy, you're going to be in the middle of the lineup. There's been a lot of movement this year with this thing, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work. How does that affect a baseball player?
I would say more so kind of broken into thirds, like you said, like the top third of the lineup, the middle third, and the bottom third. Like, it didn't bother me if I hit 6th or 7th or 7th or 8th. But if you go from 8th to 2nd, that's a big change because your responsibilities are completely different. If you're in the 2-hole, you're usually a guy that can handle the bat. Your job is to get on base and get in some RBI producing opportunities for the big bats behind you. But to your point, there has been a lot of change, and you can look at it 2 ways. I mean, definition of an insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So I think the staff is trying to find a combination that is working. Honestly, the offense, other than the shutout on Sunday, I thought for the previous 2 or 3 weeks against some really good pitchers. I mean, Doyle from Tennessee, Witherspoon from Oklahoma. Those guys are first round talents and will go in the first round. I thought we had really quality at bats against both of them, and both of those staffs in general. The offense strung together some hits. Really, the main thing that's been lacking the entire year is getting that big hit in, bases loaded, second, third, those type of situations. And then, even I forget which game it was against Tennessee that I was calling. We had bases loaded and outs, and we got some runs in, but one was like a sac fly, one was a fielder's choice. It's never that, bases clearing double where the inning keeps going. And I really think that's what's been lacking. We've been stringing singles together. We've been getting, some extra base hits. There's not a ton of over the fence power in this lineup, but really the main thing that I think has been lacking is just that big hit. And once somebody gets that big hit, you never know, it could snowball downhill, and then everybody starts getting it. Hitting is so contagious. So I think it'll just take, one of these top 5 teams that you're playing, we get a bases loaded, bases clearing double or a grand slam, and things start rolling a little bit.
Yeah, I hope you're right. They did have a couple of those against Upstate the other night. Carry On had one there later in the ball game and things like that, but that's not in the SEC. And
right.
We talked to Coach Lake about this last week, the fact that going into that series at the Dude, they were 5th. I think they were 5th in conference play against SEC opponents, the 5th in batting average, which is wonderful. Yeah. But they were like 13th in runs scored, and Maneri has mentioned that a couple of times publicly as well. Like, I can get on base all you want, can't score. What good is that doing us? And I'm not picking on Ethan Petrie here by any stretch of the imagination. This kid's gonna, what a big league hitter looks like. Mm-hmm. He's going to be in the big leagues. But I feel like he's had a lot of those moments this year, and if I feel like this, certainly he feels this way, and it knows it more than everybody. Okay, this is Petrie's chance, and a lot of times it's early in the count. He looks like he's almost putting too much pressure on himself, being a little antsy, chasing some things he usually wouldn't chase, and he's kind of the guy that I think we all always circle, right? If there's one guy who can do it, it's Ethan Petrie. But there's just been a lot of times this year. I'm not trying to pick on him. Don't misunderstand. That's not what I'm doing. I'm pointing how great of a player he is. But I think he is so anxious to be the guy for this team in those moments. I think it bites him sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with you there. There's definitely been a couple of those spots. Think back to the Oklahoma series, that devastating loss in Game 3. I think he came up in a big spot and popped out or something. But hitting's tough. He's made it look so easy for 2 years, especially in those big spots. I think not having a guy like Cole Messina, where they kind of did it together back and forth for the better part of the last 2 years, he may be feeling some of that pressure. I mean, I don't know him personally really at all. He doesn't strike me when I watch him as a guy that puts a ton of pressure on himself. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. Hitting's hard. Pitchers, as you mentioned, they're circling him every single Thursday going into a Friday to Sunday series, saying, we're identifying him. This is the guy that can't beat us. So when he comes up to the plate in a big situation, they're going to their best stuff. They're pitching him really difficult. And like you said, I think he's maybe expanding more than he would in the past because, a bases loaded walk is great, but he's trying to get that 3 RBI or grand slam and maybe be expanding outside of his approach. So it's tough. It's tough being the guy. It's tough being the guy that everyone's counting on because you're not going to hit 1,000 with the bases loaded or runners in scoring position. So especially when things aren't going necessarily how you want, it's easy to pick the superstar and say, he's not getting those big hits.
No, I know it's low hanging fruit, and I don't mean that
Right.
disrespectfully to Ethan. Matter of fact, as a human being, he reminds me a lot of you. Number one, he's very tall, much like you are. You have to use a megaphone in order to chat with you sometimes. But hey, there's a kid wants an autograph, send him to me. I'll sign it. Much like you. Very smart baseball player, very smart. And this happened to Smoke a lot when he was at South Carolina. He'd hate me to say that. No, it didn't. Yes, it did, Justin. The game was so easy to him at times, so easy. And he walked to the plate knowing, I'm the guy, I'm going to do it here. big moments. And it just wouldn't work out. Like you just said, I thought that was the best way you could have possibly said it. It was perfect. Everybody knows you're the guy. Yeah. You know, they're not just going to groove one in there. That's not going to happen. And if they do, they're not going to pitch anymore. Right. So, you know, I'm hoping that maybe at some point in time, the dam will bust for him. And I'm praying that happens tonight, you know, around 8 o'clock or so our time, I guess. One of the other things that has struck me a little bit too, Grayson, you mentioned the inconsistencies of the lineup. I've mentioned those multiple times, et cetera, et cetera. So this team this year has stolen 33 bases in 42 attempts, which is pretty good, led by Nathan Hall. Here's a number for you. They have 4 in SEC play, and Nathan Hall's got all of them.
Really?
So all of them. That's it. In SEC play, they've got 4, and Nathan Hall's got 4 in 5 attempts. Only 2 other players have attempted to swipe a bag in league play. So does that tell you anything, or pull any additional information out of the level of inconsistency in which they've been hitting in league play because they aren't attempting to try to move runners on the base pass?
I think the main thing that shows me is we've been behind pretty big early in a lot of these games. Usually when you fall into a hole, the worst thing you can do is run yourself out of an inning.
That's a good point.
Base running wise, I mean, the general rule of thumb is, you know, when you're on top, you stay aggressive, put the foot on the gas and keep going.
Right.
Whereas when you're down 4 or 5 runs through 3 innings, it can be tough. You kind of want to go a little more station to station, get the tying run to the plate and go from there. But it is, I mean, it's a good way to manufacture runs if you can get guys in scoring position. There's some speed in the lineup, but like I said, I just don't think the opportunities game situation wise have been there. We've seen a lot more hitting and running this year, or especially early in the season. We've seen some bunting. I think the next step is, maybe try and be a little more aggressive on the base paths. Guys like Carry On, guys that can run a little bit, that are getting on at a good clip. And, but I mean, like, I feel like, tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like when I'm watching the games, our innings, it's like single, and then the next pitch, it's another single. All of a sudden we got first and second pretty quick. I don't feel like we have a ton of extra base hits. It's usually we're stringing together 2 or 3 singles in a row, and then we got the bases loaded. So it's almost like there's not even time to attempt some stolen bases. That's just kind of my observation so far this season.
No, you're not. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because you're right. In 407 SEC at bats this year, they had 27 extra base hits.
Yeah, it's been a lot of, which, as you mentioned, the batting average is good against really tough pitchers. The offensive approach has been good. Love guys like Carry On, love Hall's addition. Kazmar's been swinging a good bat, but primarily so far it's been a lot of station to station offensively.
Yeah, well, and honestly, of those 27 that I just mentioned, 11 have left the yard, and a lot of them have been solo shots too. So, I mean, I'd rather replace the 24 or the 11, the 14 doubles and the 11 home runs with 25 doubles. To be honest with you, I mean, you mentioned the protection for Petrie. Is there somebody that you kind of look at and you're like, man, ideally he's the guy that could be in that 4 hole if Petrie's hitting third? It's hard. I mean, that's a hard question, isn't it?
Just the eye test. I don't know if they're ready for that right now, but the 2 true freshmen on the corners, I love both those guys, Scobie and Hollins. But that's a lot. That's a lot to put on a true freshman to hit in the 4 hole. I think I hit in like 8 or 9 holes as a freshman, and I was pretty comfortable down there because that's a lot of pressure as a young guy. But the best way to learn is to do it. So I think we've seen either Scobie or Bo hitting behind Ethan recently. Bo's had some incredible games. Scobie's going to be a superstar. So I don't know if that's the right answer, but if they're barreling balls up and swinging the bat well, and they can handle it, why not?
Yeah, those kids are superstars. You know Bo incredibly well. He's had a couple of 4-hit games lately. He's had a couple of tough, but that's being that he was on a roll, and then he had a tough finish to the weekend last weekend. That's being a freshman in the SEC. I mean, it just is what it is.
Nobody does it.
No, nobody does that, Grayson, and that doesn't mean anything as to how he's going to play tonight. He might roll out 4 more hits tonight. Final one quickly here on his development, specifically Bo Hollins as a switch hitter, a young switch hitter in this league. You know him, and so you've watched him develop. What have your eyeballs seen?
So early, when I got to watch or call some of the games early midweeks, he looked considerably more fluid and comfortable from the left side. His couple of bats I got to see from the right side of the plate, he was coming off the ball pretty bad. His finish was low, kind of that, I call it a fruit ninja swing, kind of slicing across the ball. But these last couple of weeks, watching him on TV, that home run he hit, I think at Mississippi State to right center, got a lot more vertical barrel there and was staying inside the ball a lot more. And that right side, and it's switch hitting so hard. I did it for a little bit in high school, and I couldn't do it much longer. It takes incredible work ethic. I mean, you got to take whatever your non-natural side is, you probably got to take twice or 3 times the swings just to stay sharp. But I don't know what Bo's natural side is, but early in the season, he was spraying balls the other way, left-handed, right-handed. He was just kind of pulling off the ball a little bit. But I've seen a lot of progress here lately. He's driven some balls, big part of the field, especially to right center from the right side. So it's been a lot of fun to watch his, he's still so early in his career, but to see 2 4-hit games. I don't know if I ever had a 4-hit game. He's had 2 in the last couple of weeks as a true freshman in the SEC. So it's been, and a couple of those have been extremely clutch situations. Against Tennessee, he had the game time or go ahead run, I can't remember, to right field to get for that was his 4th hit. So it's been a lot of fun to watch. But as far as the switch hitting aspect, he's come a long way with that right-handed swing and started to really stay in the big part of the field.
Yeah, his hands are getting better and better on both sides, and the power will come. There's no question about that.
It's in there. He's flashed it a little bit.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Well, Grayson, whatever mojo you've got, spray it on them.
I got none.
They've got to get a series win. If they can get it and then come home next weekend and be able to capitalize on it and get this thing moving in the right direction. It has just been so frustrating and fractured this year for this team. We'll see what happens. Always great to have you, brother. Thanks for squeezing us in during your work day. And we'll talk to you very soon. Looking forward to hearing you back in the booth, I guess, next week sometime.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks, bud. Yes, sir. There you go. The great Grayson Greiner. The great Grayson Greiner. GG. He's triple G. The great Grayson Greiner. All right. It is almost 11:20. We got to step aside for a timeout. We're powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. It's a great time of the year to be cruising on one of those up to 28 miles per hour. When we return, Raphael Esparza will give us the odds and the favorites and all that stuff. They're on the course. We know it. I know it. A lot to talk about with the Masters and more with Raphael Esparza when we return.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
All right, 11:25. Welcome back. He tried to get out of this, just so everybody knows. I got a text yesterday. Hey, man, I got to be on ESPN Friday morning. Can't do it. Oh, hell no. What about Thursday? We didn't let Raphael escape from us this week. Hey, buddy.
Nice putting me on the spotlight, but I didn't try. I mean, you know, money talks, I guess. I tell people that all the time. That's the world we live in right now. I'm charging people tariffs now if you want me on the air. So, but I came on Thursday. I was excited to come on a Thursday.
Well, then I'm pretty honored that you, without having to wire you any funds, that you elected to do this. Thank you very much. If you do need money, Phil, do you mind cutting a check to the Esparza Family Trust so we can keep
offshore accounts? The wife sees the checks. Anyway, offshore accounts. I tell people, all you married men out there, offshore banking accounts.
Okay. All right. If anybody's put any money on the Masters and you got Aaron Rye on the leaderboard, then right now you're winning. He's 4 under. Stefan Yoggers at 3 under. Joaquin Neiman, Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, and Terrell Hatton are all at 2 under. And then there's a host of others sitting at 1 under, including some popular names like Will Zalatoris and Tony Finau.
So I did a little bit of research, Raphael. I'm not going to rattle off all 18. This was a column that was done in Golf Digest, and 18 unique trends that predict Masters success. Okay, is the name of the column. Ron Kloss wrote it. It was out 2 days ago. Now, I'm not going through all 18 of those because we'll lose more than half the audience for those who don't understand some of the kind of like baseball, some of the OBP and this. I'm not getting into all that. But there were also some trends as far as previous winners and their success and tour and on success here in Augusta, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they go through all 18 of these trends, and then they tell you which players have qualify for those trends, or who has the most of them in their favor. Okay, there is one player whose name is in every single trend, who fits every category when it comes to success, et cetera, et cetera. Could you name that player for me?
I saw this, and I can't remember the name. I know I saw the article, and someone sent it to me, and I can't remember what it is right now.
It's a very popular name.
It's Scotty Scheffler.
Very close. He had 17. It's Rory. Rory with 18. Okay,
well,
so that
you got to think about the Masters, and I'm going to talk about this on a betting point of view. I talked to a couple books. It's the lowest betting Masters that they've seen. And I'm sorry, we need Scotty Scheffler to win, or we need a name to win. Back in the glory days when we had Tiger winning, Kenny, I was working the sports book then in 2007. We had names. Everyone was going for Tiger Woods. We had Phil Mickelson. We had names trying to beat him. Right now, we just have a bunch of names. We don't have that Tiger-esque. I say this in UFC all the time. We need a Conor McGregor because right now there isn't one in UFC. There isn't one besides Scotty Scheffler. But we need him to put another green jacket if we want to see the ratings, betting action. I almost forgot that there was the Masters this week just because it snuck up. We had so much excitement with the torpedo bats and the NHL playoffs coming in, the NBA playoffs, and we just got off March Madness. I almost forgot about the Masters.
Yeah, well, I didn't, but I'm not far from Augusta either, so we're fired up around here. You know that. All right, but you make actually a really good point because if Scheffler wins, he'll only be the fourth golfer in history to win it back-to-back, as we know. Faldo, Tiger, Nicklaus. That's it. And this would be Scheffler. 15 of the last 17 winners ranked outside the top 50 in strokes gained putting. 15 of the last 17. One of those was Scotty Scheffler. He was 130th last season entering the Masters strokes gained in when it comes to putting, which is interesting because in Augusta you got to be able to make putts, right? But you don't have to hit all of them. You just have to hit the big ones, and you hit the big ones. And if you're up there, you got to obviously have a chance. Are you, from a betting standpoint, Raphael? You mentioned that the numbers were low right now, and you're referencing the amount of cash that is being laid on the Masters in itself,
both
right?
Tickets written and cash coming in.
Okay, so both. Okay, so tickets and cash. Because you can bet leaders after the first round.
Yes, every day.
Etc. Because you said that, I'm asking you this question. Specific to today, the opening round, Thursday of the Masters, what is the best case scenario to improve that beginning tomorrow?
If you're Saturday and Sunday in the leaderboard, we need Scheffler, McIlroy, Rahm, Morikawa, DeChambeau. We need those guys up there because if it's, I hate to say no names because you can't just call for a Masters tee time this weekend and you're all of a sudden playing in the Masters. So everyone on this list is a name, but they're not a name that's going to sell ratings, that's going to sell people to excitement. So I think the top five, and I don't even put the X-Man, Alexander Scheffler in. I'll maybe even put in Edberg on the list. If those guys are not on the leaderboard for Saturday and Sunday, then I just think could be just another golfing event. I know the Masters is the Masters, and I think if we don't have those names, it's just an ordinary an event. Just like Kenny Hartman answers questions, he says John Jones could be the face of UFC. If he stays out in trouble, he would never be the face of UFC because he's got so much backlash of all the times he's been arrested.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. He spends more time in jail than he does in the actual ring. Okay, Rory. I gave you the stat on Rory just a little while ago. He comes into this thing. He's won twice already this year. He won the Pro-Am at Pebble Beach, and then of course he won the Players. Does any of that mean anything?
It does. I mean, he got a lot of action. Will he finish in the top 10? I think he closed at minus 165, which I think it opened like around minus 130. So it got bet all the way up. So people bet on him to top 10, top 5. I think top 5, if I'm not mistaken, it was probably close around plus a 1.25, plus 125. So people like that. People like those three options. I mean, the three options, most popular bets are top 10, top 5, and of course the winner. But McIlroy was a lot of head-to-head matchups, so a lot of people bet that. So because people know the name of Rory McIlroy. Yeah,
they do. He's. I think he's the story. To be honest with you, I think yes, Scheffler, 100%. I get it. That's expected. We're expecting to see Scotty Scheffler high on the leaderboard, if not leading this thing on Sunday. It would be a little bit of a surprise, I think, to most people if he's not there. How many people are expecting to see Rory up there?
What do you think the viewers want to see more? Scheffler win or McIlroy win? I mean, last year was all Scotty couldn't do no wrong. Even in jail, he couldn't do no wrong. I'm on the opposite. I think people want to see Scheffler. I think it's his. I think he's right there to grab the golf club and be the face of the PGA if he wins this one. Rory already had the face. I think he hasn't even need to win 2 events, I think, for him to go back on top. I think the PGA and the fans want to see Scotty Scheffler to take the mantle and be the face of the PGA.
You know how much I love you, but I am going to counter your point a little bit, just a tad, just to do it, okay? And I do love you. Let me be clear about this. Augusta is the thing that separates Augusta from everything else is the magnification of the moment. Yes. They capture it better than every other golf tournament in the world, and probably that includes the Ryder Cup. I don't know. It might be neck and neck. Who knows? But I would say so. If Rory McIlroy is in the lead or dang near close to it on Sunday, going for a career Grand Slam, that's going to be an incredible story for golf. Would you not agree with that?
Oh, it would, but is he going to be the face of the PGA? Right now, Scheffler came in. Granted, he had a bad – what did he cut his hand at dinner, making dinner or something like that? So he's coming off that injury. What are these athletes? I mean, Freddie Freeman slipping in the shower. I mean, this guy's cutting his hand, cooking dinner. But don't you have people to do that for you? But that's another story. But I just think on how we came in and how just anything Scheffler's touched last year was such golden. I think the public would view him as the face if he wins it, not if Rory wins it. Yeah, it's a great story today. Are we going to remember him as being the face for the rest of the season?
Okay. All right. So let me ask you about this. What the hell happened to Brooks Koepka? You talk about a guy who had a chance to be the face of golf.
Yep.
He had a chance to be the face of golf last year. He finished 9 over par, and it was a tough year. I mean, there was a lot of tough, difficult stuff going on out there. But is Brooks Koepka, I mean, I don't want to say relevant, but how relevant is Brooks Koepka when it comes to all these conversations anymore?
I think you were right on that. I don't think he's relevant anymore. I mean, he's 30. Well, I shouldn't say he was 30 to 1 to win the Masters, and I even saw some shops have like 33 to 1 on this one. A couple years ago, he was all over the place. I mean, people were he was live betting. People loved him. People thought it was great value on him, but he's almost like the NFL last pick, Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, I mean, just 2 years ago, he finished second at the Masters. Yeah. He won the PGA Championship, and you thought, oh my gosh, like this guy, he didn't finish the year well, and I know he boogered it up at the Open. If I remember correctly, overseas, and then last year he was non-existent. You almost, I hate to say this because I don't know this and I can't prove it, and it's probably not provable, and it's probably not even true. But you almost wonder sometimes with all this stuff that was going on with the separation of LIV and the PGA and which players are doing. You almost wonder how that affected some of their golf game. You know what I mean? Is that even fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, because I think at first they we took the money from LIV, we don't care. But if your play is still poor, no matter what tournament you are, you're gonna look at totally different when it comes to the viewers and to the normal people who watch golf. I look at him totally different. I don't care how much money he got from Liv. You've been playing some poor golf. I don't play golf, and I think I can probably shoot a better round than he did a couple tournaments last year.
All right, let me ask you from a betting standpoint here. I was browsing around this morning on my bookie. Explain PGA Tour group betting. What is that?
They just take 3 or 4 golfers, and whoever has a better showing. Now, you can do group betting for round 1, or you can do group betting for the whole tournament, depending on what you were looking for. Whoever has a better score out of the group on there. People like that kind of stuff, so they don't care who wins and stuff like that. Okay, my 4 guys, I'm going to watch these 4 guys play, and I want to see if my golfer can beat these 4 guys on either today or for the tournament. Just like head-to-head matchups. I think in golf, you have more excitement when you do head-to-head matchups between either the first round or for the whole tournament. You don't care who wins. I'm just watching the 2 golfers or the 4 golfers in my group. So people love those kind of stuff, especially in golf. We took that away with NASCAR a couple years ago. We don't do that anymore just because NASCAR betting went completely bye-bye. But we did that for NASCAR all the time, and people liked that. They could care less who wins the race. They were just going driver for driver and just watching those drivers. It gets a lot of great action for golf.
Aaron Rai is leading. He's at 4 under through 9. Stefan Yager, 3 under through 8. Joaquin Neiman, Scotty Scheffler, and Terrell Hatton are all 2 under. Scheffler is on the 6th right now. A host of others are at 1 under. The next group to tee off is teeing off right now. Tom Hoagie, one of my favorite names to say, Christian Bezuidenhout. He will tee off with Hoagie and Matt McCarty. Later on this afternoon, DJ is going to tee off at 12-11 alongside Nick Taylor and an amateur. Justin Hastings is also in that group. Garcia, Lucas Glover, and Daniel Berger will go at 12-22. We heard Grayson Greiner a little while ago mention formerly Mount Pleasant resident Russell Henley. He is going to tee off at 12:50 today with Sungjae Im and Brooks Koepka, whom we just talked about as well. Is there a group in the? I don't know much about the conditions right now. I don't know if you've heard anything morning after. We know the weather's nice. I'm just talking about really more the wind than anything. And some of the trees, by the way, that disappeared after the storm. My understanding, we're going to get Meredith on tomorrow. She's there today. She was there yesterday. My understanding, there are a couple of holes that have a couple of gaps in them now.
Yep.
And you do catch a little bit of a breeze here and there that you didn't see before. So you're going to have to get used to that. Is there a group that you've been paying attention to? Keep your eye on this group.
I don't really look at groups in the first round. I like to look at, okay, give me Saturday. I really look into Saturday, because Saturday I think is, okay, are you going to move up, or are you just going to play to try to get a good check and then move on Sunday? So I really like what Saturday does. Now for the weather and the trees, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was hearing a lot of the golfers said they walked the course multiple times that they normally do at Masters, because they wanted to see how those missing trees were going to affect the wind coming in or blowing out there, because people forget there was a lot of trees that got blown down because of the weather last year at the Masters. So it's totally different wind speeds and all that. We're going to hear that a lot within this tournament between different wind speeds that were not there last year or year before because of the weather. So I'm really interested to see the difference that can make, because it can maybe make or break someone on how they play.
Well, it absolutely could. There's no question about it. I mean, this is no different from any of the other majors. The slightest bit of wind coming from somewhere that you don't expect, it changes the entire game and how they're playing that particular hole. It's a lot different from when you and I are teeing it up out there. We're just hoping the thing lands somewhere in the fairway. These guys are trying to place it in a specific
I just hope
spot.
I don't hit anybody.
Well, it's a good point. How about an off-the-radar guy? Not the guy, like I'm looking right now at the odds to win this thing. It's all the usual suspects. Scotty's at 4-1. Rory's at 5-1. Morikawa, Rahm, DeChambeau. Boy, Ludwig Oberg has rocketed his way up there. You mentioned Schauffele just a little while ago. JT, I think, is at 20-1 odds, I believe is what it is at this point in time. Somebody who's not in that group of notable names, any information you have on one of those guys?
I'm with Tommy Fleetwood, 35-1. He was all the way up to somewhere around 38-1. And I'm taking Corey Connors. I mean, he was 55-1. I saw 60-1, I think, over at FanDuel. those are kind of ones that I sprinkled a little bit of my allowance money on it, so I can just to see how it goes.
Tommy Fleetwood, that is a great answer. He's a guy that honestly you never really know what to expect from.
Yes,
because he could turn it on in a hurry, Raphael. And then for instance, last year he tied for third in Augusta. Might be some money to be won there, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we should say. Who's the other one you mentioned? Corey Connors?
Corey Connors.
Okay. All right. Corey Connors, Tommy Fleetwood. If I want to get rich, listen to Raphael.
Remember when I was on for the championship game, both teams in the Final Four, both teams hit 65.5 between Houston and Duke, and that was easily.
I haven't forgotten about that. That's in my notes. That's where I was going. All right. I'm just asking you point blank from a personal standpoint, who wins the Masters?
I'm all about faces, and I'm all about carrying the league because I look at things in a betting perspective. I don't look at it because I'm on my couch and I'm rooting for someone and someone doesn't have a red polo on or whatever. That I'm looking for who's going to carry a team, a league, a face, or whatever. So I'm rooting for Scottie Scheffler because I feel like since Tiger has gone off, we haven't had that name. Yes, people still watch golf. Yes, because most men watch it because they can tell their wives, no, I'm not going to the movies. I'm going shopping. I'm watching golf on the weekends. I want a name. I want someone I'm going to see in commercials. I want someone that's going to put on a different polo every Sunday instead of red. That's why I'm rooting for Scottie Scheffler. He was such a good golfer last year. We all know his name. Dude, the guy got arrested at an event. I want this guy to be the face of the PGA. So I'm looking to see what Scheffler does.
He is on the course. That is direct evidence that they did allow him onto the grounds this morning at Augusta National. No, he is not locked up in a jail cell in the state of Georgia. Corey Connors, as Raphael just mentioned, maybe a guy to keep an eye on through 8. He's 1 under, 3 shots off of the lead. And coming
Give
up
him the jacket now. Give him the jacket now.
And from Canada, he would be Mike Weir won it, and he's from Canada. So he would be the – is there another Canadian that's won this thing? Am I missing someone?
I don't think so. I think Mike Weir is the only Canadian.
Okay. Yeah, I'd have to check on that. But
producer man, look that up for us. Do we have a producer man here?
We do. Phil's in the background. All right.
Phil, look that up for us.
That's a great group, by the way, at 134 today. Fleetwood, Rahm, and Wyndham Clark. That's a really good afternoon group. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, to your point, we already mentioned you earlier this week. I already did it. I already threw your name out there. You hit it. You were right. I thought it was 63.5, but either way, it's 63.
I think it was 63.5.
They both went over. I thought about you when it was in the. I was gonna text you. I was like, man,
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't know if this thing's gonna get there or not. And then someone cranked the heat up in the gym, and they jumped over that sucker. So somebody won a bunch of money because of you. I don't know who it was though.
Yeah, it was a good day for the books on Saturday for Duke going down. I did multiple shows. Duke was the most bet parlay team out of all Saturday. They had Duke on UFC parlays, Major League Baseball parlays, NBA anything you were parlaying, people were putting Duke, thinking that it's a for sure win on this one. Of course, Duke is going to go into the national championship game, and they folded. And how does Houston come out of a timeout and not get a shot in the national championship game? I tell people, Houston lost the game. Florida didn't win the game. Because how do you come out of a timeout and not shoot? That's just
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you because I picked the Gators to win the national championship, but I was actually pulling for Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, I like Kelvin Sampson. I met him quite a few times, and like I said, I'm happy. I think I said this on the show. I'm happy the SEC won because I'd have felt really bad if they didn't. Because I told you, I think I did. They would have been the Seattle Mariners, the Golden State Warriors, the New England Patriots when they went undefeated and lose to the Giants. They would have been. We would have mentioned the SEC basketball in that kind of a phrase, not the historic play that they had all season long.
The viewership was over 18 million, Raphael, for the national championship. I saw a stat this morning that the most watched NBA Finals game last year was 12 million.
Can you imagine if it was Duke and Florida in the national championship?
Yeah, I think it would have been. It would have been over 20. I can tell you that.
Yeah, easily. Cooper Flag being there, easily.
All right. Did I miss anything? Give us a best bet for the weekend.
Man, there's a lot of stuff going on in the best bet this weekend. We not only do we have horses, we have UFC. I'm going to take UFC. I'm going to take Volkanovski at plus money in the main event at UFC 314. You don't get Alex the Great at plus money that often in the UFC. So I'm just taking it because it's plus money, and I think he can surprise a lot of viewers on UFC 314. But there's a lot of stuff in baseball, college baseball, NHL playoffs coming around soon, NBA playoffs, UFL week 3, PFL Friday. But don't forget, you know what next weekend is? WrestleMania.
WrestleMania, yeah. And we'll talk about that next week because you're not going to cancel.
Wow.
We're only about maybe 3 weeks away from finally getting into the Derby stuff, and I just love the Derby stuff. That's one of my favorite things we get to do with you. But I have a question for you because I know they're racing this weekend in California. Have you ever been to Santa Anita Park?
Yes.
What's it like?
It's great. Well, it's great, but it's not like Del Mar. I've been to almost every major track in the United States, but nothing beats Del Mar. I mean, it's right off the ocean. The track's always nice. I love going to Del Mar, but Santa Anita is really nice.
I would love to see it one. Of course, I'd love to see the Derby. That's it.
It's not for viewing wise, yes. For betting wise, I don't like it because it's so packed. You can't get your bets in. You have to do all your bets at once. I'm not like that because I want to see what the horse comes out with. How's the track going to be? I tell people go once. That's all you need to do. Because for me, for a betting person, I'm not going to put all my bets in at 6 o'clock in the morning because I can't get in for a race. No, it's fun.
Okay. Well, that's coming up. Can't wait for that. Hey, man, really, I joke with you, but really thankful that you were able to squeeze in today. It means a lot, and can't wait to watch the rest of this Masters Championship this weekend. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait. It should be a really, really good weekend. It's a lot of good stuff on TV this weekend.
No question. It's one of the best sports weeks of the year, if you ask me. Have a wonderful weekend and enjoy those ESPN guys in the morning. They're nowhere near. I was one at one point in time. They're nowhere near what we are here, but you'll be fine.
Jonathan Zaslow called me. I can't say no to him.
Nah, you can say yes to him. That's fine. Thanks, man.
All right. Take it easy. Have a great weekend.
See you, buddy. There you go. Raphael Esparza getting us primed for the Masters, which we were right smack dab in the middle. Final quick timeout. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn make a friend. Can't we all get along?
All right, it's 11:52. Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, and today, the golf show, as we continue to monitor what's happening over in Augusta National tonight. 8:00 first pitch, Gamecocks Aggies at Bluebell Park. And so once the Masters is complete, you can all flip it over and watch that. But make sure you have your radios on or your Gamecocks app pulled up to listen to Derek and Stu, who will be on at 7:45. Coach Lake will be here tomorrow. Another schedule change this week because of the road trip and some things they've got going on. We've got a 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Right when we cut the mics on, bam, there he is, Stuart Lake, on Friday morning. And then Meredith will be here in the 11 o'clock hour tomorrow to recap her 2-day trip spent on the grounds of Augusta National, where it's off to a good start. Aaron Rye and Stefan Jaeger are both at, or Jaeger, I believe. Stefan Jaeger are both at 4 under currently right now on the leaderboard. Joaquin Neiman sits at 2 under, and so is Tyrell Hatton and Scotty Scheffler. And then there's a bunch of others right now that tied for 6th. At 1 under par. The next group, if you've been watching us and you've been so kind to do that instead of maybe having all the Masters stuff on, the next group just teed off. Charles Schwartzel, Denny McCarthy, and Hiroshi Tai. That's Phil's guy, the amateur. That's who Phil's got winning this year. Coming up right at noon, Justin Rose, Max Homa, and JJ Spahn, and then DJ will tee it off at 12:11 with Nick Taylor and Justin Hastings. So those are the next few groups to make their way through. Special thanks to Raphael Esparza and Grayson Greiner and Brad Muller, an incredibly talented group of individuals, wonderful people. Glad to have them on as our guests today. And I want to say congratulations to my friend Mike Yuva for getting engaged. I texted him last night. I'm sitting here thinking, finally, you asked this beautiful, sweet girl to marry you. His now fiance, Brooke, is a wonderful person. Mike's a good person, and he does things, a lot of stuff covering the Gamecocks. I know he's not under the Big Spur umbrella or under ours, but he's still a friend, and he's a good friend, and really happy for those two. They're good people. So if you know Mike and follow him along or ever see him out, make sure you give him a hug and a hand pound and tell him congratulations on getting engaged. It's long overdue. He's a better. I've met her a handful of times. She's sweet, Phil, and she's one of those that makes you better type deals. So good for him. He did it right there.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, Mike's a good dude.
Yeah, happy for him. Always happy for people.
Oh, Mike's a good guy, man. Mike's a good guy. Works hard. Good guy. Good guy. And he's like the whole Halls thing, like he's absorbed it. He's like, yeah, bad intel, but it's all right. Let's make a joke out of it. There's the only way you move past that. He kind of became known for that, which I thought was really unfortunate because he's done a lot of good work for so long. And, but that kind of became like his namesake, and people have taken off and run with it. So he's like, yeah, the hell with it. I'll go along with it. Why not?
You gotta laugh at yourself, right? I mean, if not, you'll be miserable. And then you gotta be a bit self-deprecating. I always love that. It's definitely a lane that I like to stay in.
Look, I told Mike, I said, look, we can't all be perfect like my wife is. Okay. I know people want to be perfect. There's Phil, your wife is perfect. My wife is perfect. Just ask her. She'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll say the same. Yeah, she is.
Carrie, I need some help with my golf swing. She's got the answer for that. Carrie, I need some help learning how to cook filet mignon. She should tell you exactly how to do it. I need help doing brain surgery. Well, she can help you with that too. Very well versed in just about everything there is.
She's a real Renaissance woman there.
That's what happens when you get married, Phil. They whatever they didn't know before they married you, they know it all.
Do indeed. They do indeed.
It's this fascist pig. He's a sexist. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being, everybody knows I'm just Carrie's
here's
a
another
Disney
guy
World
with another
right now.
perfect white light right there. Yeah.
Oh,
Don't ask me about the Masters.
No,
no. I mean, I'm not offended if you ask me. I just don't know.
I don't either. It's I was like, who've I got? I don't know. I'm going chalk. Give me Scheffler.
Is Tiger Woods gonna? That would be my. I don't know.
Did y'all see? She's like, I don't know. Is Tiger in it? I'm like, no.
Did y'all see Tiger on April Fool's Day?
Yeah, he said
he got him. He got him.
That's an April Fool's joke that I didn't mind. I thought that was
that was a good one. That was a good one, man. For anybody that missed it, he said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks after rupturing my left Achilles, the sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait. See y'all on the course. He got 68,000 likes and 4.2 thousand retweets on it. And then he later on, P.S. April Fool's, my Achilles is still a mess.
Yeah, that's
get him out there in an iron lung.
Been quite a
caddy for his clubs and one for his tube.
Yeah,
the iron lung.
You know,
a good day to you, sir.
Yeah, that's right.
Tiger Woods is my favorite athlete of all time. Him and Michael Jordan are neck and neck. It shouldn't be a surprise. They're the two best of my generation and anything we've ever seen. That includes over baseball players and football players and everything else. But I'm really, when he won the Masters in 2019, I remember as we had our babies, we just got them home. They had been in the hospital for a few weeks, and then we finally just got them home. And that was my first balance, aside from watching some Carolina baseball here and there, first true balance of being the parent to in this case, newborns, and trying to like truly enjoy something that I have never had any issues with enjoying in my life. Outside of like when I was playing high school or college baseball, and maybe you couldn't see the Masters. There was nothing. Everything else was always back burner. It was like, you're getting married when? Oh, that's the Masters. Much like you're on football. I'm not coming. And so then you had the babies. So what are you gonna do? So I've got the babies on the lap, whatever. And I'm watching this unfold, and I'm like, there's this guy, and we can get into the whole golf side of it, but I'm not going to do that with you two guys because you don't understand what I'm talking about. No. But I'm watching the whole thing unfold, thinking going back in time in my life, how many of these moments are there in sports where you're watching this and you're going to remember every single second of this day and every single second of this sports moment in comparison and contrast to what you are actually doing in it. And there's only so many of those. I mean, the first baseball national championship to me, personally, but I remember that Sunday, and all you golf fanatics will understand what I'm saying. There was nothing that was going to interrupt that. Tiger Woods had a chance to win the Masters on Sunday after everything he'd been through. It didn't matter if you were dead, you were going to come back to life to watch this thing. And there's only so many of those moments. When Mike Tyson fought when we were younger, everybody stopped what they were doing and stayed up late on Saturday night and watched Mike Tyson fight, right?
Yeah.
Everybody stopped. 2008, Michael Phelps in the Olympics.
You don't have that.
Well, I mean, but I did. Me and Nick Godwin were glued to the TV watching, swimming for a week in Colombia.
My ex-wife was actually and her brother, they were championship level swimmers in high school, so she watched every minute of it. I was working on the website or something at the time. But yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, Jamie. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just that moment, like you're going to remember. So I remember watching everything about that. I'm saying all that to say this. I'm so happy for Tiger. He has clearly entered the I don't give a crap section of his life. You can judge me however you want to. He's incredibly smart with how he does things. He's got the TGL going on. He's got all these.
He's opening these different golf centers and all these things across the country, and he's invested in restaurants, and he's doing all sorts of stuff, because when golf is over for him, he doesn't just want to basically be a vegetable and just sitting there. He wants to have things going on in his life. He's kind of a go-getter. That's what he does. That's how he's won all these tournaments, right? And then he calls the president and says, "Hey, man, I just want to make sure it's cool that I date Don Jr.'s ex-wife." Yeah, Tiger, hope you're happy. Okay, yeah, well, we're pretty happy. That sounds great. And I'm like, man, look, this guy, he just doesn't give a crap. Love life, golf, whatever it is, So
now, I will say what he won in 2019. I watched the whole afternoon. I mean,
well, you could not.
Let's not get it twisted here. I mean, it's not like I just don't know anything about the Masters this year. I loved it. Like, especially when I live south. I guess being north, it's like not. I mean, it's still cold, and I'm like, what's going? I feel like it's COVID when we had hockey playoffs in August. I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me, and it hadn't since I've lived up here. But 19 though, I was definitely good. I just met Nat at that point. Maybe had met her the week before at the wedding I went to. Anyway, that was a significant month. April was right around that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but yeah, I did watch that. So, and it's one of those moments. It's like, I mean, we were probably all too young. Jamie, I don't even know if you were born yet, but when the Olympic hockey team beat the Russians, Lake Placid, New York.
No, I wasn't. I wish I was.
Yeah, and I was too young. I heard my parents talk about it, and it's just it's one of those moments. There's been some with the Gamecocks. I remember exactly how I reacted when they won the first national championship in baseball.
Oh, I do too.
And it was I never thought I would see it happen every year, man. Because by the time 2010 got there, we had lived through 2000 and that disappointment, and it had been a decade of being, oh man, they're close, and you always felt good that every year I felt like all those teams got the absolute most out of what they could do. You never walked away and went, that was this. Maybe the loss at ECU the year before, or loss in Raleigh, the 08-09. But man, you never felt like one of Tanner's teams was, and you just knew it was going to happen if things could break their way. And that postseason, I mean, it was like they played Florida for the SEC title at home and lost 2 of 3. They lost to Clemson 19-6 in game 3 that year. I think it was another disaster in Hoover, and then boy, they got hot and away we go. So that moment, Whit Merrifield hit the ball, because in my stupidness, I hated on Whit Merrifield the whole year. I don't know why I chose him. I was a dumber baseball fan back then. I was like, he's going to pop up. Line drive, right field, base hit. And I'll drop to my knees and shed tears. And just then thought about the expenses Whittle had ran up being in Omaha for 2 weeks with our photographer. And I was like, that's okay. It's worth every penny. So that was a great moment.
Well, I'll give Whit a call. I got to get him on the show anyways, and you can explain yourself to him when
I'll pull for him. I love it. I was wrong. Yeah. And I didn't say anything publicly about it. That's just me in my mind, right? I didn't have a podcast back then. I was on the radio, but never said anything about it. I didn't put anything about it on the site. Twitter had just become a thing. I looked. I forgot when I joined Twitter. It was 2009, but never tweeted about negatively about. Yeah, I mean, it was just in my brain. I was like, here we go.
Yeah,
maybe, and then we're getting kind of just the greatest hit in the history, or one of the greatest hits in the history of Carolina baseball, because Jackie Bradley Jr.'s hit earlier in Omaha, which is amazing. They wouldn't have even gotten a chance to play UCLA had that not happened. So
yeah, that was a magical run, man. That was something. Well, I guess.
It never ended. I mean, it didn't want to end. I was at a Kenny Chesney and Tim McGraw concert the night it ended against Arizona, which kind of shows you where my mind was. I'll tell you that story sometime. But it was I didn't watch that game. But anyway, that You're not going to be able to top that, I don't think.
No. Well, hopefully one day they are able to top that again. They can. They'll get back there. Just a matter of time. Got to win tonight. 8 o'clock first pitch. It's on ESPNU. Stu and Derek, 7:45 on the Gamecock Sports Network. Gentlemen, I am going to ease on out and settle in. I got some work to do, and I'm going to watch the television screen here and pull for Rory. After Rory's daughter sank that putt, he's going to win it. Go Rory. Go Rory. What are y'all going to talk about today? Anything?
Just some football.
Yeah, we got an eye on a recruit.
Football. Yeah.
Making an announcement today.
Yeah, I'll spoil it. He's going to Notre Dame.
Right. Yeah. We all kind of predicted.
We used to all sit around and pretend. I'm not pretending anyway. But he's committing. It's a verbal commit. And, apparently there's some folks that are helping Notre Dame around him. And in a place as big as Charlotte, it's probably a few alums and former Notre Dame players. So that's fine. I mean, hey, these days, that kind of stuff that used to bother people, it doesn't bother you anymore. Oh, well, because you can always get him back. South Bend's a long way from home. It seems like he went up there and he was Carolina, Tennessee all the way and made a decision. So we'll see if it sticks.
Okay. All right. We'll see what happens.
That's all right.
All right, boys. You can take it from here. This is a pretty dry turnover here, Phil. The band is retired today.
Huh? Did I not? Are you not hearing music?
No.
Oh,
I am. I'm hearing thunder. Thunder. Baby,
oh, are
thunder.
you? Yeah. I'm not hearing it on my end. I don't know.
Because you're out there on the golf course, Jamie. Oh,
that's a good. No, it's not. I'm out here. I just got here this morning.
Suspension of disbelief.
I don't know what it is, Phil. Don't worry about it.
They'll be all right.
Okay.
All right. The internet was working long enough to get the show started.
That's right. That's a good point. Tomorrow, Stuart Lake will lead us off. Meredith will join us. She'll tell us about her experience at Augusta.
Stuart going to be live from College Station.
He'll be in College Station.
Wonder if he and Derek go and grab some Texas barbecue. There's a really good Texas barbecue place at College Station. That's about all there is, in my experience there.
Yeah, text him.
I will. Maybe I'll pop on and ask him.
Give him a heads up.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Muller on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Phil Mullinax, JC Sherbert in with you to get you through the next couple of hours here through your day. Grab your sandwich, whatever it is you got in the thermos there. Maybe get a little soup because it's still a little chilly around these parts. A little chillier, I'm sure, up there where you are, JC. But yeah, we got all kind of things. We got baseball going to start their first Thursday series today, and then of course the Masters is going on. Not a big golf guy. I'm just I don't know.
I like golf, but yeah,
I get it. I mean, I wouldn't say no if I got invited, but I'm not like putting my name in the hat for the lottery for Masters tickets and things of that nature. And I don't know, being around where we are, right? South Carolina, Georgia, this neck of the woods, like, a lot of people who go and attend this thing, so and I realize how special it is. It's just, it's just not for me.
I've always napped on Sunday with the Masters, but unless it's like good. I kind of was a Phil Mickelson fan, still am. Like lefty,
some lefty, yeah.
But I it's a very special thing. I do myself enter the lottery, just because.
Why not?
I've never been, and it's on the bucket list, whatever. So, but did you read about the guy though from Columbia that won the lottery Masters tickets, and he had them like in a safe place? I mean, it's a bucket list. He's ready to go, and some jerk, some person that should be drug out and publicly flogged. I don't know if this rises to the death penalty, but I think this should rise to you're going to need some dental reconstruction done. Basically swiped the guy's identity. And this guy probably made the mistake of mentioning it on social media. This is a shame you can't talk about that
right
on social media these days. Created a Facebook group with his picture on it and stuff. Proceeded to talked about selling the tickets and all this good stuff. Now I haven't read an update on it. I just read it on it was on X actually the other day. The guy had a long tweet. It's from Columbia, and the Masters saw it and flagged it and said, "We're revoking your tickets."
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yes. I'm not sure how it resolved, but
I haven't got. Maybe you can find an update for us, but I have not seen it. I remember the guy. I looked at it. He had the kind of that South Carolina look, I was like, this guy's probably from South Carolina. And I looked, and I think he was from Irmo or something. But what kind of pathetic loser do you have to be? I mean, what was your gain there? Were you trying to swindle people out of money, pretending you had tickets?
Right. Yeah. It's
And you
like, was it
pretended to be this guy?
a con job? Yeah.
I don't understand the motivation. To me, if you're a swindler, right? You know, or someone that that has a financial interest in impersonating people or whatever, and there are folks out there that are like that, then it seems like it would be a lot easier to do it in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're like trying to make money off Google ads and driving traffic to your website or whatever, that's AI generated bullcrap, which there's a couple of those out there. And Gamecock fans that I've seen on Facebook have fallen for it. Jeez. So it's like, you kind of look at it and, those people, I mean, I get that. That's a lot of bots and make a quick buck, and your financial, return on that, unless you have like 1,000 of those sites, is probably not going to be that much. And legit advertising services won't partner with people that put crap like that up. Although I'd like to have a word with the people that do the Google News, or the Newsbreak app, especially. Those people that there's one that's like, you get a headline on Newsbreak and it's like, Bears will trade for Aaron Rodgers. And you click on it, and it's basically some poorly written, hey, here's a bright idea. Maybe they could trade for Aaron Rodgers. It's not news, but it comes across as a news headline. I've reported that. I've been a total Karen about it. I've reported those people over and over.
Right.
Like the fan-sided sites come in my Google News feed all the time, and it's always just some speculation based on a tweet from somebody that doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground. It's awful. But I understand those motivations. When we talk about clickbait, it's hilarious because sometimes on the bigspur.com, if somebody doesn't like an article or something, if it most of the time it's behind a paywall, they'll call it clickbait, and you're like, well, it's behind a paywall.
Right.
Clicks are irrelevant. It's not. Yeah. We're not. The clicks don't help us, and and anyway, it's kind of funny. But I understand all that. But impersonating an individual, because maybe where's the financial motivation, if there is one, unless you're just going to rip other people off trying to sell the tickets, because that's what this whole thing was skewed as. And I mean, you think people are actually going to send you the money, and then there are people that just want to make things up and put them on the internet to stir the pot because they're trying to get, their lives are so pathetic that they want a spotlight on them for a while.
I know.
And those people are probably in need of mental health, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I'm not sure. I can't find an update on it here. It looks like
now I'm going to feel really dumb if this was a scam. If this was a guy that was just like, here's how I'm going to get
look at me. Right. Yeah, that's right.
And he made it. That would be hilarious and wrong as well, but at least that's kind of creative.
Yeah. The most recent update I've seen, he was hopeful that he would be able to go back. Yeah. So maybe I don't know. And the process is under review or not. Well, I mean, his situation is under review from Augusta National Golf Club. So
good. Well,
yeah, we'll see. At least they're talking. Yeah.
Hopefully if it's legit, it gets worked out.
Yeah.
But, anyway, Nana Sports chat box. Jay Frew chimes in. Is there going to be an ITG golf tournament? It's something Jamie's talked about and I've talked about. We've talked about it. Maybe. Perchance. We will see. We had a big Spur golf tournament last year. We have it about every other 2 or 3 years. Whittle puts it together, but an ITG golf tournament, that could be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah, I'll run the beer truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm too fat to play.
I can't. Yeah.
They won't let me on the course.
Listen,
I'm bigger than John Daly. Anyway, Jay Frew also mentions, can we bring back vigilante justice and mount up? Here's the thing. There's two sides to that with me. I'm like, on the one hand, in Europe and places like, in Europe especially, they're trying to police the internet. Okay. And you have things like that. I mean, there were nowadays the FCC allows a lot more on television than it used to. But we've policed the television waves in our country. You can't have full frontal nudity on Channel 7, during the day. I mean, man, if you could have nudity in soap operas, I think they would I think a lot more men would watch them. I'm just kidding. But anyway, so that's when you look at it from that standpoint, but there is precedent for that in Western society. But in Europe, it's like they'll take a side on a controversial issue that's basically a matter of opinion. Things like climate change and things like that. The people on the left can say till they're blue in the face all they want that it's settled science. It's not, because you can find, double-digit scientists that will tell you, everybody's overreacting, blah, blah, blah. There's a political, but and they're not quacks. They go to places like Stanford. So those issues that we debate in our society, right? In Europe, they want to take a side and then squash the other one.
Right. And just stifle the
and so whenever a situation like this comes up where somebody steals an identity and puts I'm like, somebody should do something. This should be against the law, blah, blah, blah. And this specifically really should. But I always worry that there's a slippery slope that if they start regulating the internet, then we're gonna have an uprising, because then all of a sudden, like, we're able to do this show every day. I'm able to do it from 900 miles away most of the time. We're able to not have to work for the worst businesses in America, local radio stations that are run by clowns and mostly clowns.
Clowns that are not people.
Clowns that are not people too. No, they're people too. But,
they are.
The nickel and diming, I'm thinking specifically about the big boss man up in Greenville at what used to be Intercom. That guy lives in a mansion on Roper Mountain. And I'm like, you work in local radio and all your people are making 30 grand a year and they work their butt off. And you have outside businesses that you use the big corporate name on, and it's basically skimming off the top. I don't think it's illegal. And you treat everybody like crap.
Yeah.
I have more talent in my thumb than that guy does. Like, he's a swindler. Right. And that's local radio. And I would never be a part of that. I've worked for some good people in local radio too. 560 or not 560, 1400 in Columbia. Nothing bad to say about those guys. I have nothing bad to say about the people that run 107.5. I've never worked for them. I know Jamie's had some experiences on his end. I'll let him tell you about. But technology allows us to do this. And so it's like, you know what? I'm like, that guy should be flogged, and I don't understand the stupidity there. But, if you're going to have this big open thing, you can't just not let certain people. There's no IQ test to log on the internet. If you can type and then you can get on. So that's the thing with that. Bill chimes in, that a sports chat box. That guy's worse than Bradley Cooper's character in The Righteous Gemstones. By the way, I don't know how far you are or anybody is with The Righteous Gemstones. I know Dina's been checking it out.
Yeah, she's been watching it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot like Austin Powers was for me. Like, the first time I watched Austin Powers, I was like, I left it, Then I went back and watched it a second time. And this is hilarious. And it's been one of my favorites ever since. The Life Aquatic and the other movie that guy Wesley Anderson made and all that.
Royal Tenenbaums and all
Royal
that.
Tenenbaums, giving them chances, and I hate them. They're just not for me. But with Righteous Gems, I started and I was like, I don't know. I'm not really big into things that are overtly sacrilegious, like that intentionally go out of their way to insult any religion, not just Christianity. I just think that's, you're kind of attacking people when you do that. It's one thing to be thought provoking. But then I watched it again and I was like, it's not really sacrilegious. It's more about humans, and we talk about humans and God, then, that's probably a more accurate portrayal.
Right.
Than, as far as we're all flawed, even the ladies and gentlemen of the cloth. It's just, that's in the Bible, by the way. And it is funny. And there are some funny things and the characters are hilarious. And that's really what I like about it. So I went back and watched it. It's got a lot of actors. John Goodman and Danny McBride, to start with are great. And Walton Goggins is one of the better character actors of our time.
Definitely.
No question. and his character baby looks great. So anyway, Bradley Cooper was in the first episode of the final season. It's kind of a historical look back. I won't tell you what happened. He was amazing. Amazing. But you got to get to season 4.
I'll have to check that out then. Yeah, I don't think I've made it to the current season or the last one there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Bruin. Yeah. It goes quick once you get into it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I didn't watch the episode Sunday. I'm probably going to try to catch that between eating my delicious chili I made, which is in there simmering right now, this evening, and the baseball game tonight. Or maybe I'll wait and see if the baseball team gets down 5-0 after 1. And watch the Righteous Gems.
Click it off. Yeah, right. Yeah. Just turn
I don't sit around for that. I don't. I'm sorry. This year, for some reason, I can tell, because when you walk away, one of two things happens. Number one, they come back and you're pleasantly surprised. Number two, you didn't have to sit through the torture of them getting beat. And I only do that for baseball and basketball. Football, I'm watching every play.
Yeah.
If it's out of hand and I know a loss is coming, I'll tape the last bit of it, go back and watch it later, because you got to break it down and stuff. Ole Miss, at some point I turned that off this year. Yeah. And when Marcus Satterfield was here, there were certain games I would turn off. Marcus Satterfield's kind of like this baseball team so far. You just know it. You just know it's not their day. That screwed that one up.
Not going to do much today.
Anyway, but Bruin Nation saw a Facebook page today saying the Gamecock band's playing in next year's halftime show. I'd assume Super Bowl halftime show, and laughed at the amount of morons that believed it. Yeah, and they're an unfortunate section of the fan base. That's why I got a little salty yesterday about somebody throwing me under the bus in a press conference chat about leaking the depth chart, and I've explained why that's dumb.
Yeah,
but it is because those people could really benefit from it, and our show's free. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything.
No.
Half the articles on the Big Spur are free. It would benefit some of these people to not get their news off Facebook about the Gamecocks. I mean, really, it would, or Twitter for that matter. Twitter is more of an opinion forum to me. It's like, I think these people know better half the time when they.
Yeah, I do too. I think a lot of it
emotional.
Is
it's a gigantic message board. Like, it's a message board for everybody. X is
right.
But yeah, and I feel bad. And Facebook also does not skew, it skews older. Like, the youngsters are on TikTok, like my stepson, this guy, good God. He's got to read The Great Gatsby. And
okay.
All right. I'm like, well, he's not going to read it. He's like, bro, if it was on like Facebook, Instagram Reels, bro, or TikTok, bro, and just short, bro, get right to it, bro. And I'm like, okay, well, just go watch the movie. Like I'm telling him, the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and was it Tobey Maguire when he the
Was
other
it?
guy?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't see it. I didn't see that movie. No, I read the book.
That's kind of I like that I like the story. I really appreciate it. But yeah, it came out in 2013. Yeah, Tobey Maguire and Carey Mulligan. It was a Baz, same guy that did the Elvis movie recently. This wasn't all that good. And then
oh yeah, he did the Moulin Rouge, right?
Moulin Rouge,
yeah,
the Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo, the one back in the day. Everybody went back. All the girls went crazy over. Baz Luhrmann.
Yeah,
he was and he puts his little style on everything. I think he's a really good director. I think he's got it good, but does well. But,
they actually use that Romeo and Juliet in high school now to show clips. My daughter came home. She was like, "We're studying Romeo and Juliet. We're going to watch the movie." I was like, "Oh, Franco Zeffirelli." She was like, "No, the one with DiCaprio." I'm like, "What?
No,
What?
Yeah.
I had to sit through the Zeffirelli version."
His movies are very stylized, but if you're in high school and they don't, I've seen some of their tests, dude. These kids have to do nothing like that. I'm not trying to be that guy's like, I walked 18 miles in the snow with my butt strapped to my butthole and blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to be that guy. But there has been a decrease in, I mean, it's easy. I could have gone, I mean, I've seen the movie and read the book. I've only read the book once. And that's it. You know, it's not really a $5 or a $10 for me. You know,
Right.
I could relate to it a little bit at the time because of some stuff going on back in 13. But, you know, I like it. I love the story. I love the characters.
Yeah.
The era that it took place in is fascinating to me. But it's, you know, hey, guess it's not, I don't really like to relive that year of my life. And I do, I get sucked in, but I could have aced this test.
Right.
And he's like, I don't, but if it was little, you know, and I'm like, watch it. And his mom's like, watch the movie. So anyway,
is Cliff's Notes still a thing?
He's not going to read the
won't even read that?
are way too long. I don't know what I saw. Yeah. So my point is, Facebook skews a little older. There's a lot, you know, so, and there's the baby boomers in front of us, Phil. They don't know how to act on Facebook at all.
No.
Because they pioneered it. It's been around for about 20 years. They got on it. They caught up with all their high school friends. They still use it for news. And Zuckerberg quit the news thing. I mean, after the first Trump election.
Yeah, right.
You know, that he was like, he fell to the pressure. We're not going to be news anymore. It was becoming a great news hub. I know every 8th article, the Russians were sitting there writing it or whatever,
Right.
but it was so preposterous. You have to know, that didn't cause anybody to get elected, right? And then it went back to now it's just 50 feet of crap. But the baby boomers, a lot of them kind of still, this is where info's at. And so they do that. Then the Gen Xers, we all kind of developed our own Facebook style. Some of it's fine. Some of it, like a mutual friend of mine and Phil's, people use it as a place to air their personal grievances.
Yes.
And don't care what they share and care who listens. It's wide open in public. They can care less. Some Gen Xers just won't get on it. They don't have a page. They checked out long ago.
Yeah, right. They left, yeah.
And then gradually the millennials, they're on Facebook, but they gravitated towards Snapchat as soon as it came out. And the Gen Zers don't want anything to do with it. My stepkids don't even have a Facebook page.
No. Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
So the crowd that's reacting to all that, long story here, that Bruin talked about, you know, those folks could probably stay on to listen to our show because they probably like sports talk radio and,
right,
you know, long form content. So recommend us next time you see somebody going, that's great for the band. Woo!
Woo! Yeah, that's right. Hey, you should check this out.
So anyway, more from the Nana's Porch chat box after this. Did want to mention Gamecock traditions. We love Gamecock traditions here. I love Gamecock traditions. Phil loves Gamecock traditions.
Yeah, man.
They got some new stuff. The sporty cocky, something the university's been doing. It's cartoon cocky, playing different sports. Great stuff. My understanding is Gamecock Traditions will stock all that stuff as they do all things Gamecocks. Check out GamecockTraditions.com or go to their locations in the Village at Sand Hill in Columbia or out in Lexington, right there off the busy road heading to Lexington. That's what I talked to my wife about Lexington. I always halfway think about that road. I don't know. Maybe I need a helicopter to come into the Chief Sports headquarters.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to fly into HQ on the helipad.
Anyway, we'll be back after these messages on the show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
And we're back inside the Gamecocks The Show. Firing up here on a Masters Thursday. Stefan Jaeger, -4, leads, and Scotty Scheffler picked up a stroke, -3 in second place.
I've heard of one of those guys.
Same.
Yeah.
One of them he's a German.
Yeah.
Jaeger. Yeah. Through 11 at -4. Scheffler -3 through 8. Oh, see, that's how you do it. Yeah. Yeah, I found out I was doing a little background Googling during the morning show today. You know, no amateur has ever won the Masters, although they let them in. They let them play.
Yeah. I mean, you have lots of different people that play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The course is very challenging. I mean, it's not, and you don't, you know.
So I've heard.
Back to the Nana's Porch chat box. Kenny goes, Gotham needs JC. Matt talking about the golf tournament. Jay Frew also says he's terrible at golf, but drinking in a captain's choice tournament's fun. It is. Speaking of John Goodman, has anyone seen Death Sentence? No,
I have
I'll
not.
watch it.
Mm-mm.
If it's got John Goodman in it, I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll go watch it.
I'll check that out.
5'11", not very good. I don't know what Kenny means. Is he talking? Kenny, explain yourself, sir.
Explain yourself.
I don't know what
we know it's your
5'11"
birthday,
means.
but we don't know what that means. No.
Yeah.
I think that was after the Satterfield comments. That still doesn't make any sense to me. But
Yeah. All right. Kreger says, check out White Lotus. I need to start watching it. It's in Thailand this time. Obviously, my wife's Thai.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know.
I almost have heard so much about it. I know what it's about. And I'm like, I don't know.
I couldn't.
The character's good. That's my question. I trust Craig, though. Craig's got good taste. So music, shows. Craig hadn't seen movies though. Craig he hadn't watched a lot of good
Not
movies.
a movie guy. Yeah, that's right.
Not a movie guy, but
For
music.
your quote right
shows,
before he left the Redskins, 5-11, not very good. Ah, gotcha.
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
you're
5-11,
right.
not very good.
Not very good.
Not very good. Krager says his son never had to read a book or do a science project. Cole had to do some kind of he's got some physics project he has to do.
Oh,
where he's got to have like 6 different forces and construct an apparatus to knock over a bowling pin. Man, physics blew my mind. When he signed up for it, he's one of these. If you tell him not to do something, he's probably within reason. Like if you tell him don't do drugs and drive your car fast, he's not that guy.
He probably won't do that.
He's not going to do that. But any kind of like school and stuff, like you're talking about, it's like he just does the opposite. Like it's been a hard. He didn't understand. Hey, you should probably go to college because he has a lot of these big business ideas, right? And he's on the right track. I'm glad he's got ideas.
Yeah.
But they need to be fleshed out a little bit. He needs to workshop them.
Yeah, that's right.
And he won't. And it's because of the TikTok and the YouTube. He sees these people on YouTube making a bunch of money or saying they do, and he wants that easy path. And I'm like, well, if that's your mindset, and then I don't want to go to college, and I'm just going to go make money. I'm like, well, the only way you're going to make money right out of college is to, go get an apprenticeship with a union and start working your butt off with your hands every day.
Yeah, right. Yeah, learn a trade.
And I'm like, and it's fine if you want to do that. I was like, but you have the opportunity to go to college low cost, i.e. we'll pay for it,
right.
And you want to take out loans, and you probably need to learn some business, major in business, and then that way we all relocate to South Carolina. Instead of, you won't have the unions down there. You can start your own carpentry. Well, whatever you learn, whatever you want to do, and you'll have the business mind to do it. You'll hone in your skills. It took 12 months for us to do that. Like 12, like he's just now, oh, bro, college, bro. And then, so on the don't take physics thing, 'cause I've been there and I've lived life, I made the mistake of taking it at Burns, and that was not a good experience.
Not his forte, huh? Or
Teacher
is he
looked like
into it?
Darth Vader when he took his helmet off without the carves out of his head. I swear to God, that guy. Like, hey, where's physics and beer? I was like, bow, and I was like, oh my God. That was a huge mistake. I did it because my buddies did it. Skipper Hicks is the reason I took physics.
That's funny.
But I told him not to take physics, and he's not done. It's not been good. Right. Thank God he likes sports.
Yeah. I took physics from a sawed off 5'8" Army major who brewed fresh coffee every day. Yeah. And then I took AP chemistry and AP physics, both with him. AP chemistry, I think, had 8 students. AP physics, there were 3 of us in that class.
Jeez. I don't have a science brain. Like, that's not me. Like, I in logic in college, I made it through a certain point and then couldn't anymore. my brain's probably gotten better through time because now I've taken the practice LSAT and I ace it.
Right.
Should have been an attorney. Anyway, we have talked off topic way too long, folks. It's I'm sure there's some future attorneys on the baseball team. Maybe.
Oh God. Okay, we're going here. All right.
Future
Yeah, maybe
businessmen
so.
or
That's
something.
right. Mhm.
Listen, I said this earlier this morning on Coffee, Phil, and I'm, this team, hey, nobody's gonna be happier than me if they get hot and turn it around. And man, I'm miserable when Carolina doesn't make the baseball tournament because it's fun. It's June. It's finally hot here. I can sit out and have a beverage and watch it outside if it's not raining. And not even just here, my whole life, since almost 30 years, most years, I look forward to Carolina being in the baseball tournament. And frankly, since Tanner ascended to the AD's job, Carolina missing the baseball tournaments happened too often. I mean, to me, for my liking. So I don't know if they're going to make it. I think the strength of the league, just like in basketball, is going to help if they can win some games. And their strength of schedule's up there too, because Clemson's really good. But I'm kind of looking forward to like what happens after, and let's see what you think about it. I'm gonna run this by you. I think that with hiring Paul Mainieri, I'm going to take should he stay or go out of it. I certainly think there's some things you can question with the coaching, particularly the lineup, which is his responsibility. It's not like football where the coordinator, everybody kind of wants to get on Monty Lee about it. He's not. That's the head cheese job. He decides who the starter is. I mean, and in football, the head coach, he's going to have ultimate control. But baseball, it's up to the coach. It's his work. He's got to own it. I think there's some things you can question with the coaching. I think that there's a couple of things that have been surprising with regards to what he thought, what he publicly stated he thought he was getting, because the whole thing was, this is not a broken program. They're close. That we're not taking over a disaster of a situation. And it's become a disaster of a situation, or it is now. The other comments about, I didn't know the SEC was going to be this tough. And we said it, and he said it, and I had the famous Scooby-Doo quote. He hadn't been sitting around watching Scooby-Doo and eating Captain Crunch. He's paid attention, gone to games at LSU, stayed close to college baseball. It doesn't look like I was correct. And that sucks because I love that quote. I was proud of myself. But I got that from a football coach in Gainesville, Georgia. Tim Marchman, one of my favorite guys to go interview, but he called me Orange. That's my last name was Sherbert. There's Orange. Come on in here. And he was like, well, it was the what's called the football tab, those high school football previews you get in the newspaper and stuff. Big deal for us. And so I was going to do the West Hall High School preview, right? Oakwood, Georgia. Tim Martin. We just haven't been sitting around here eating Captain Crunch and watching Scooby-Doo. We've been working football. But, I love that guy. I love Tim Marchman. But I got that from him. So it wasn't an original quote. A lot of my stuff, most of my stuff is. But I said it, and I'm like, well, apparently, zoinks.
Zoinks. Jeez.
Second day in a row, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo impersonation. Love it. Like, whoa, Paul Mainieri,
Yeah, and I don't.
So
is it Paul or is it like?
Yeah,
you're right. Because I don't think it is.
I'm taking him out of it.
Yeah.
I went on a journey there to set this up.
Yeah, I feel like, a couple of the guys on the baseball team and a couple of guys on the basketball team got together and did nothing but, watch Scooby-Doo and eat, Captain Crunch there during the off season. I'll give you that. Yeah.
But look, here's the thing. Taking the coaching out of it, and whether or not he's the coach after this year, I certainly don't think they're going to fire him.
I would not be in support of that.
Nah, it's just going to screw things up even more. Now, could he say, this is things have changed? Because things have changed. He thought he's coming here to work for Ray Tanner. When he took the job, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, there were no designs on Tanner not being the AD now.
Right,
I mean, that wasn't the plan then, was not what happened. So take that for what it's worth. So I could see him kind of wiggling out of it if he wants to go back to Louisiana and chill. And I got back in and it wasn't for me. And there's and if he really understands there's a little bit more work to be done. And then on top of that, Phil, we're entering into the new rev share era, assuming it all goes right. I mean, who knows? And there's no money. There's not a lot of money for baseball, right? You know, these schools, and I disagree with Mike and Jamie on this. I don't, everybody, I heard this big, long, I was cutting video today, this big, long speech from Morgs and Jamie about the SEC continuing to be the dominant conference in basketball. No, I don't agree with them. I love them to death, like my brothers. But, dude, there's one school in this league, maybe two, that's going to take money from football in order to have great basketball. Yeah. And that's Kentucky and maybe Vanderbilt. If Vanderbilt just says, well, football's we just kind of are what we are, they're going to be the new Kentucky of the league and just hope to get to a bowl every year.
Right.
Clark Lee can manage it. And you're not taking that much from football. I mean, if you're Vandy football and it's, football still got an $11 million cap.
Yeah.
You take 4 of it and give it to basketball so you can be great at a revenue sport. That wouldn't be surprising. I don't know that that's what they're going to do. But I'm saying there's no other schools are going to take from that. And you can't make it all up. Like, you can't get to $7 million with just NIL. There is a reason everybody right now, before all this comes down and becomes the rules, it is putting out stupid money for basketball.
Yes.
And there's a reason they're front loading things, Carolina included. You look at it was one of the sports business journals or something. The revenue breakdown for the conferences in men's basketball. Big East is like at 6, ACC was around 4. It was basically a list of the conferences that care about basketball more than football. And it went down, so, in the last 2 were the Big Ten and the SEC, because in the Big Ten and SEC, outside of what in the Big Ten, Indiana and UCLA, would they steal from football to give to basketball?
Yeah.
I guess Maryland had to do, Maryland allegedly had to do that, Phil. But then I find out over the weekend from a source who would know, and this just goes to show you don't listen to a lot of these numbers. Texas A&M, the mighty Aggies with all this money, $2.9 million. That's
Baseball?
lower. No, basketball.
Oh, basketball.
Lower end. And so Buzz actually is getting a better deal at Maryland in that regard, which that's another subject. But I'll tell you this right now. With baseball, there's, because they're kind of most schools are kind of putting women's basketball up there just in case, Title IX, all that good stuff. If you just did it straight off revenue produced, they probably, if you're just doing revenue and not loss profit ledger,
right,
they probably do produce that, especially at Carolina. But it's like 5% women's basketball, 5% other sports. And so that's baseball, volleyball, softball.
Yeah, right. You've lumped baseball into other. Yeah.
And it's tough to get millions in outside NIL when you have to send it through a clearinghouse. And you can't pay a dude $1 million for a tweet or a podcast interview. And so that's part of this that's going to change. Now, maybe Paul Maneri would rather go back to that part. But maybe he also thought, well, we can just go buy players in the portal and stock it and win it and whatever. Right. I'm just saying that in my mind, if I were him, those could. I can't read his mind. I don't know. And I'm not telling you I feel like he'll leave. I'm just saying if either way, I can't guarantee he's going to be the coach. Can't guarantee he's not going to be the coach. just because I think there's a lot of factors there. But what I think has to happen, I think we all need to just stop, for lack of a better, the kids say it these days, glazing the baseball program here. Glazing means putting up on a pedestal, giving special treatment. We need to stop talking about the national championships all the time as if it's just a common thing. We need to stop it. And I'm not saying don't stop praising it because they don't deserve it. They deserve it. Those kids, heck, most of them were walk-ons. They still are.
Right.
Those kids play their asses off, and they don't always play well. And sometimes it is lackadaisical, but like of all the athletes out there that have a gripe about monetary issues, it's the baseball guys, and here they get treated just like scholarship guys that people want to bash. And heck, I saw one of the starting pitchers this weekend's mom, after Whittle announced who was starting, there's a response under that tweet. And it's like, you're a coward for bashing players. And whoever this coward is a coward. He just bashes players.
He is a blank profile, nameless,
but doesn't allow responses to his tweets.
Right. Yeah. And what?
You can't go back at him. I'm like,
that's right.
That's punkish.
No debate here. Just,
nevertheless, dude, I think there needs to be a hard discussion here about where this thing's going with baseball.
Yeah.
Is it, what's the commitment like? I don't want to know what the commitment's like from the people that love it, like we all do, because we're all committed. People in the chat box are committed. People, there's a ton of Carolina baseball fans that are committed, right? I know that. What's the new administration's commitment to baseball? What's the university community as a whole's commitment to baseball? And, what's the plan moving forward? What, and then the fan base at large, not the diehard baseball fans that still show up. The fan base at large used to be Founders was packed all the time. Haven't been a lot of good crowds this year, even before the season went in the tank. Now, a lot of that's the weather. So those are questions that need to be answered. Is there a big appetite these days for baseball to be great at Carolina? I think the answer to all that's yes. I think but I think it's time, regardless of how this season turns out. Let's say they turn it around, make the tournament, everybody's happy. I think baseball right now is kind of getting lost a little bit in the shuffle as far as the plan goes. And I know, in Mike and JB's conversation the other day, Mike mentioned baseball. Well, Texas A&M's not just going to let it. Well, yeah, they are. They're not. They're building an $86 million ballpark, and I guess Trev Alberts is a penny pitcher. Although he did make a hell of a hire in men's basketball. I love Bucky McMillan, and I always kind of thought things didn't work out for Lamont. Maybe Bucky, because he plays a different style of basketball that I like. But he didn't break the bank for him. Buzz Williams was an expensive hire. He came from the ACC. This guy came from Samford. So A&M. I guess there's the reality and then the assumption. But like I said, I just there's just no fathomable path, because if a booster could write you $1 million check, Phil, and say, okay, here's $1 million to go spend on players, and we'll do some, and your collective takes it, and then the collective goes and here's $500,000, just tweet 3 times, tweet 3 times. Click your heels together, and $1 million will fall from the sky.
That's right.
Because that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that'll be wired right into your bank account.
And the idea behind this lawsuit is the settlement, and what I hope will be put into law by Congress. I think this is the absolute best plan for where we're at in college sports right now.
Mm.
It's going to make, and you're sitting with $20.5 million, you're going to have to decide. And schools are not going to move precious resources around from football. They're not going to take from football football gets taken from enough because it funds every other sport on campus except men's basketball.
Precisely. Yeah. When you look at not just revenue, when you actually look at profit, if you will. I know, they're nonprofit organizations, but there is an overage, in the intake as opposed to the outflow.
In football,
there is nothing that even comes close to football, even in what you call basketball schools, right? Because here's the thing. If you just look at ticket sales alone, not even like boosters donating money, things like that, you're not going to get 80,000 people to attend a basketball game. Full stop, right? But you will fill up an 80 to 100,000 seat football stadium 7 times a year at full fare.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just what it is. I think the scarcity of the product is part of that. It's one of the reasons that we kind of hold those 15 to 16 weeks so dear, is because it's so finite.
It comes and goes.
Yeah. In a blink of an eye, a football season starts and stops. And then if you add, missed production relative to expectations to baseball, basketball, or any other program that is not football, then you're going to see dwindling interest and attendance. It is what it is. You go to the softball field, it's going to be full right now. You know why? Because they're winning. They're winning. And it sucks. And there are folks that will go to the games, and you see them. They're there, the fans are there. It's not full, but there are still the diehard ones who come. And those are the ones that you're leaning on as a program. To be honest, a lot of the people that you see sitting there are the ones who are giving the money to support the program outside of ticket sales and boosting and all of that other stuff. But, I think it's interesting, JC, I'm with you. I don't think if you take the coaching aspect out of it, and I would hope the administration isn't even considering we got to fire this guy and get rid of him so that we can start over because it's passed him by.
Yeah,
because the fundamentals of the game are essentially still the same.
Yeah,
and
Bruin in the chat box said cut ties, get that young guy. I assume people are talking about Josh Elander.
He's about
he's not taking the job. He had no interest the last time it was open.
Yeah.
And part of it's because expectations are part of it's because people do talk about your job being at stake with, before the halfway point of the SEC season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there are people out there that want Paul Mainieri just completely fired.
Yeah.
Nobody's taken this job. And that's what I'm talking about. You got to let go of what happened 15 years ago.
Yeah.
There needs to be a completely more of a realistic view of this baseball program.
Yeah.
There need and because part of the problem is anybody who walks in here, they're expected to win like Tanner did right away. And it's just not that level of programming. We always talk about job, program, team. It's still a hell of a job. Program wise, it's slipped. And team, we know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my thing, Phil, is
Well, when I look at this roster, and we get a good look at it because we've seen a lot of guys play, right? More than just, more than just 9 in the pitching staff. So I think there's a solid group of young talent on this team that gives me hope for the future. And you have to kind of project that out a little bit. And I'm willing to go, okay, we need one more full recruiting cycle, right? Let's see what we can pull in. Let's see how you can manage the portal. Let's see what not having to, split 11.7 scholarships, across an entire roster for baseball and be able to fully scholarship these guys. And then, then they get the full NIL experience where they're not having to offset going to school with money that they're making by sending tweets and doing, radio spots. It'll be interesting to see that. But it really does fall on Coach Mainieri. If he feels like he's got the energy to do it, then he keeps doing it. But I think it's kind of silly just to tell him to go away.
Yeah. I'm going to say this too. I said Josh Elander's not taking this job. There is a connection. Josh Elander played at TCU.
And so maybe he's got the ties to Donati, right? I mean, and I see what you're saying.
He was
young guy.
He was an assistant.
Yeah,
he was an assistant at TCU. They crossed paths for like a year. So that's kind of so hey, yeah, student assistant in 2016. Donati was a associate AD 2016 to 17, and then took the full-time job. And then he was at Arkansas. Then he went to Tennessee with Vitello. But yeah, so I
that's interesting. You know,
yeah,
it's
there
like,
isn't. So there is a tie there. He's an old TCU and Texan. So
yeah. I'm not a man of infinite patience. However, I am a guy that's willing to give somebody a fair shot. And I think coming in on short notice and a short cycle like Coach Maneri had with the roster of, you know, no offense, guys, that he inherited compared to what other teams in this league have, then yeah, let's see if he can build that up to be something that is more competitive. And even then, here, listen, not all is lost right now. I know every week that we say that it's a more rosy outcome, but right now that rosy outcome is still well within the range of outcomes. You get swept this weekend, then we're turning the page probably. You know, that's at least I am. I mean, I know there'll be others that'll be like, well, by the numbers, if you do this, that your path is becoming so much more narrow as these weeks progress.
And Ole Miss is number 6 in the country.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So it's not like it's getting much easier, even though you will be at home. But yeah, I mean, you hate it because because even though it's been 15, 16 years, you know, or 25 going all the way back to, you know, the early Coach Tanner years, we all remember that. And I think it with a certain segment of the fan base, it strikes a chord. Because it's baseball, and baseball in and of itself touches a place in people of our generation and older generations that has a very special place within us. And when you magnify that from being at the top of the top of the top, and then going to where you are, it rips your heart out. But you know, I'm a Cubs fan, so I'm okay.
Basically, the Braves. I mean, you know, think how the Braves, that were that good all that time and won one World Series and then won another one. But I think this, Phil, you know, I don't want people to think I'm ready to. I mean, Bruins. I don't want Paul Maneri fired. I don't think it's you know, it's probably, like I said, it's probably gonna be up to him. I don't think they're gonna fire him. You know, where do they go after that? I think in general, win or lose, Paul Maneri or no Paul Maneri, there needs to be a discussion about what in the heck we're doing here with baseball.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of relying on, there's been a lot. And look, man, great programs go through this. North Carolina basketball is going through it. We went through it this year.
Yeah.
With Hubert Davis. There were articles written about how they lost guys in recruiting into the portal because they thought, hey, we're North Carolina. Kiss our butts and come on, you know, or not. We don't care. And saw what happened. I think it's, you know, Kansas actually still goes out and buys players and stuff. Kansas wasn't very good this year. They lost in the first round to Arkansas. I mean, and Houston was the class of that league. But that's basketball. Baseball, you know, and that's kind of South Carolina baseball is like North Carolina basketball. And I think that it's just, it's a situation where, you know, the talk about, like Maneri talked about, like it's not broken because it wasn't. All the evidence was, you know, they won. They got these guys coming back. You got some good young players.
All right, yeah, and you're sitting on a first round All-American.
Yeah,
I mean that's something you can build around. Now, what he can't control is some of these guys that they were depending on to support that guy and this team are not necessarily living up to their expectations. And, you know, you can call that what it is. Maybe they just didn't take to a change very well. Maybe they're just off. Who knows? But it's like, you know, and I know it's not really anybody in the chat box saying you got to throw this guy out, but there are people in this fan base who are like, this was a terrible hire. It needs to be fixed immediately. And I'm like, you're going to turn yourself into Florida football or Tennessee football and wander in the woods. Yes, very quickly. Worse than what we have experienced. Like, imagine not even getting into a regional, much less hosting it for multiple years and years. You could do that. So let's not, you know, blow the whole thing up right now.
Absolutely. And yeah, Jay Frew says we still have double the amount of national championships than North Carolina baseball. Yeah, they have 0.
Yeah, right.
They also talk about North Carolina basketball. You know, South Carolina baseball is like North Carolina basketball. It's kind of the
decent equivalent.
Women's basketball. I mean, we're talking men's sports and that kind of thing. By the way, before we get to break, and we're overdue for that.
We are. Yep.
The ladies did lead the country in attendance for the 11th straight season.
All right.
16,437 fans per home game. Do you think there were that many? You think it was 95% full on average? Maybe.
Yeah.
At the Colonial Life Arena. So that's another record for the program. Now, that's good. It's good that people are out there supporting it. And that shows you, too, if you win, Gamecock fans will support it. But there's also the whole thing that, and they're loyal. I'm convinced when we have no shows around Carolina, Phil, it's because of that passion. And it hurts people.
Yeah.
You know, it hurts. You put a lot into it, emotion. You love the team. You love your school. It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts to watch them lose because there's a lot of pride. And that's a positive at the end of the day. I think sometimes the mindset, though, we put the cart before the horse. You know, they're like, well, they're not winning, so, you know, I'm not going to support them or whatever. So that's the deal there. And there's a deal for you, ladies and gentlemen, at D's Wings. Just about every day of the week, they have the daily specials. I know Tuesdays, Mike has that special of 10 wings and a pitcher of beer for $30 or whatever. That's there. But regardless of the specials, D's has a very eclectic menu. It's all delicious. My wife went in there when we were in Columbia last and was like, we want one of everything. I was like, honey, can't eat that much. But we ended up getting the wings. It was very great. Right there in West Columbia. Boy, that's a beautiful spot in the greater Columbia metro. So go out to D's Wings, proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks The Show and all that Mike Morgan's segments, his power hours that he does with us on the morning show and also here. We'll be back after these messages, hour number 2 on the show.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody. Second technical hour of Inside the Gamecocks The Show, firing up here on a Thursday. Just a quick drop in by the master, Scotty Scheffler, Terrell Hatton, and Justin Rose, all tied at 3 under. Scheffler after 10, 9 for Hatton, and Justin Rose just started. He's on hole number 4. So that's your quick Masters update. And where you want to talk some football, Jason?
Nah, I'm gonna keep this for a little bit.
Right.
I want to kind of finish my point. Is that I do think they're not systemic issues with the baseball program right now. I think that there's a need to kind of figure out where it's going, and then there needs to be a commitment to getting there. Not that the people, not that I'm not talking about commitment by the players, coaches, fans, administration, individually, all of the above. There needs to be some alignment there, because there's, a lot of, with the rev share and all that coming down, for example, I was just thinking about this during the break. Something simple anybody that cares about Carolina baseball should do, and if you don't care, then don't complain, right?
Right.
Is all right. So you're going to have NIL deals approved, right, by the marketing company. Well, part of the formulation for that is how many followers do players have on social media. Now, I'm not in favor necessarily under any circumstance of fans tweeting at players and recruits and trashing them and things like that. That doesn't give you the right to do that.
No.
Especially, considering they give less than one, I can't even say the word on air, Phil.
Flip
about what you think. It's not going to change the way they play. They're going to be like, Big Cock 91 said I sucked. I better get after it.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody sent Kennedy Jones a letter too last year.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Whoever that was.
That was just.
But nevertheless, you can get their follower count up, and that's free. And that's going to allow whoever out there, collective or whatever, to pay them more money. And that's for every student athlete. Yeah. Things like that I don't think, because of all the changes and the administration is trying to get ready for this and prepare contingency plans and all that. And, the fans are pissed because they're not winning. And, You know, they don't really know how to fix it, and they're still at every school this coach, and it's not, you know, coaching's just a part of it these days. And, you know, so I don't know. That's my point of. And the other thing is Founders Park. Founders Park's about 16 years old now. There's been some upgrades, and there's some upgrades coming, locker room, things like that. But, you know, like Mississippi State, look at what all they did with their baseball stadium. I mentioned A&M's building an $86 million stadium, and they already have one of the better ones.
Yeah, right.
It's, you know, what's the next step for Founders Park? It's part of the development project. You know, initially there were going to be some things there. You know, are you going to get some more boxes to generate revenue? There's going to be, you know, condos there, you know, and what, you know, that kind of long-term thinking, you know, where's the program going? What are the standards? How much money are they going to get? You know, that kind of thing. Because I do think at this point, Phil, after more disappointing seasons than there needs to be, there maybe needs to be a reset with regards to baseball. And there needs to be you know, those championships were great. You can't live off that. And I'll remind everyone too, it's not like South Carolina has more national titles than everybody. They have 2. So the question has to be, if you want to bring it back, is that going to be a blip on the radar and we just gradually have mediocre baseball and you let Tennessee and whoever else run the league? Are you going to come back and become the consistent, good, great program you were? This program has played for national championships in the 70s and 75 and 77. They did okay under Coach Raines in the Metro Conference, made regionals, made an NCAA tournament the first year there in the SEC, competed in the league, and then it slipped before they hired Tanner. So they hired Tanner, you know. But between 85 and 02, it was 17 years before they went to Omaha. And Tanner goes 3 straight, then there was 6. Then he goes 3 straight again, and then that's it. So it's not like this is a team that's in Omaha, program in Omaha every year. Mississippi State only has 1 national title, but they've been to Omaha 12 times, which is 1 more than Carolina. I think at some point, you know, it's fine to have Alabama football standards, right? If you've won a couple of titles. And I hear that frequently. The Alabama football of this. I disagree with that. They had a team. It was almost similar to like UConn basketball the last couple of years. You know, just a team that a really good program, championship level program that cycled up and had great postseason runs, which is what matters in college baseball. To get to Alabama football level, you have to have a lot more in the trophy case. And I think we need to all come off that and understand this is a special program. It's a great program. It's a winning program. It's a point of pride. But you can't live off 2010 to 2012 anymore. And you got to readjust. You know, you can't be like Alabama football and just fire your way out of problems. You know, it's not always the coach. You have to kind of understand in college athletics, what are you going to put behind it? And that's the issue, is that the expectations were A, and then while Tennessee and Texas A&M were out there doing the things needed to get their level of expectation up and to reach that point, everybody, you know, collectively is probably just remember 2012. They need to get back there and blaming coaches and everything else. So that's my point. There just needs to be a plan in place, win or lose. And I'll remind everybody too, Mark Kingston's first year, I don't think the league record was this bad, but he was 20-17 and just lost to PC at home, and everybody's grumbling, and man, they got on a run and got hot and made it all the way a game from the College World Series out in Arkansas. That was a team with Holbrook left him a lot of good players.
Yeah, there was,
loaded.
Yeah.
I mean, you look back and you're like, good God, all those guys were on that team and they only went 30. They didn't go to Omaha, but
he inherited a better situation, I think.
Much better situation. But in baseball, you can turn it around. I mean, Florida last year barely made the tournament and they go all the way to Omaha. Ole Miss was the last team
Last
in
team
the
in.
tournament and won the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's never too late in baseball. So I'm going to say, like, win or lose, miraculous, win tonight, sweep the, do whatever. We're all sitting here happy on Monday. The start to this year alone under a new coach who's also a Hall of Famer is a reality check.
Yeah.
That this program ain't what it used to be. And it's not, there's not a quick fix.
Yeah.
You know, baseball's changed. The way you recruit's changed. It's all changed. And so the question has to be after this season is how does Carolina adapt and move forward? And they definitely can. History shows us that. This program's been great for 50 years. You know, it's had moments of greatness consistently for 50 years. There's no excuse for not winning in baseball here. But I think everybody needs to kind of wake up and understand it's not just about a coach. It's not there's a lot of all of the above that needs to be addressed for this baseball program before it slips even more and it becomes an afterthought. Because as we learned in men's basketball, and this is my final point on this, you go too long around here with mediocrity. This is the downside to Carolina fans caring about everything and having winning standards and everything. You like men's basketball. I call it the neglection period. There was a period of bad decisions. The history of men's basketball in Carolina, it's like, you know, there's different books and chapters. The history of the period of bad decisions, the period of neglect. The period of neglect happened after Dave Odom won his second NIT, which he should have not been the coach after that. But that's when the war chest of credibility thing came out. I don't think Eric Hyman was convinced Carolina should be good at men's basketball because other sports were rolling right along. You know, Spurrier was there. He had a lot to do. I'll never be convinced, even though he went and hired Frank Martin because the financial situation was better. And that was a good hire. I think there was a lot of board of trustees influence on that one. Not that he wouldn't have hired him anyway. He liked Frank Martin. But so you got 2 years of Odom, and then the long goodbye season where he retires in January, and we have to play out the string. And Dave was a good guy, and so then you have this big search, and some people turned it down. And gosh, the guys in that mix were like Jason Capel, who was at Oklahoma. I was like, he's never leaving Oklahoma for this job. I think he had to be getting fired from there anyway. Travis Ford, who I don't think I think he was at UMass. And then Darren Horn goes on this run, and Darren Horn gets the job. Disaster after his first year because Dave left him some players. So that's 4 years of Horn with only one good year that disappointingly ended in the NIT. 2 years of Odom at 6. Frank needed 4 years because that was the old period. You know, and there were transfers then, but the transfer portal was you know, you couldn't go out.
Still like the rule, like you got to sit rule and all of that.
He inherited nothing. And then the players that were left had a lot of problems. With the exception of Bruce Ellington, adapting to him. You know, so that's 4, 7, 9 years. During that time, Don Staley's starting to win. Baseball's winning championships. Spurrier's got it rolling in football. So that's 9 years worth of students. Because those are your fans. Most, you know, your folks that went to school there.
Yeah, the core of the fan.
The core of
base.
the fan. They graduate. They join the Gamecock Club. They come back. You know, it's fun. Why would they go to a men's basketball game? Most of them resembled rock throwing contests. The SEC was down during that time. You never even played anybody good, and you still lost. That's you want to know why the CLA is hard to fill up? It wasn't during the Dave Odom second year in the building. Odom goes to the tournament that year. They played Mississippi State at home in a big game. They lost, but it was packed. I mean, it was Darren Horn's first year, Phil. A buddy of mine gave me his floor seats. We were living in Columbia. The ex-wife and I went to just about every home game. The place was packed.
Yeah. Listen, the place was packed 2 seasons ago.
But that was, well, it was and it wasn't. It
it didn't early. It
eventually.
wasn't early. Not early.
It
Yeah.
wasn't early, and it took a
Not early.
while for it to
Mhm.
get there. So yeah, and then Frank had like how many bubble teams that would play big games
Oh, right.
in
Mhm.
in February, and there'd be, you know, the whole empty seat thing on TV.
Yep.
You know, and fans are still coming, but you know, that erosion that took place, that Darren Horn's first year, it was year one of a new coach with Devin Downey and those guys. And it was, you know, year 3 of the erosion period. There were 6 more years.
Yeah.
So my point of all that is this will happen to baseball if we are not careful.
Yeah.
There will be an erosion period, and there'll be a whole slew of students that graduate from this institution that don't give a flip.
Mhm.
And those are the people that have to come back and support you. Somebody mentioned the third base hecklers. I don't know what's going on with that group. I need to learn a little something about that. Because if there was a systemic effort to make the place less intimidating, that's not smart.
No, yeah, and I don't understand
But I don't know exactly what happened. I mean, at the same time, you can't let college kids get crazy. You know, there's a difference. Was someone, are we talking about people that are just like, you know, giving players heck and yelling at batters and stuff? Or are we talking about people that completely cross the line and, you know, do stuff? Because, yeah, I'll tell you, those types of student sections in college baseball, from what I can tell, a lot of them are in the outfield.
Right. Yeah,
Like
that's
Georgia. They got
yeah.
this, you know, so maybe. And I think they're on the third base line at Carolina, third base hecklers. So I don't know. I mean, bring back the original third base hecklers. That's fine. But so I don't know. I've heard 2 completely different versions of this. I think, you know, with the way things are today with social media and stuff, you know, you're a college kid, you have a couple beers, you know, you're used to saying whatever comes in your mind. Free of consequence online, and you know, kind of like the beta male in that Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie I was telling you about.
Yeah,
he told
yes.
Leatherface he was going to cancel him, and he just cut him in half with a chainsaw. Lesson learned. Yeah. There are consequences to telling Leatherface you're going to cancel him.
When it comes to the stands, like, you do it like football, where the primary policing in the football stands is the people around you. You know, like say you're a father and your children are there. You're not going to put up with so many F-bombs and you know, and bull crap before you're like, hey, shut the blank up.
Yeah.
Or we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
And, you know, most people, even drunk people, are fairly reasonable. Then you can escalate it. But if the yellow vests are just down there patrolling like sharks to keep all the little fishes in line,
yeah,
that's a problem.
That doesn't need to happen. That's not what they're there for.
No.
So Nana Sports chat box has chimed in. They've chimed in on this. Matt says part of the problem with women's basketball losing money is they sell those tickets so cheap. It costs more to be in the Gamecock club than the tickets are. Yeah, and they raised prices this year, so record attendance. That's good. I think with regards to women's basketball, the TV deal.
That's the thing, right? The reason that football and basketball make the money that they do is not necessarily attendance driven. That bolsters it, yes, especially on the football side. But the vast majority of those dollars are coming from the TV rights, you know, for revenue. And yeah, and assuming that the league can, you know, strike a better deal, and I would imagine that they are about to for women's basketball. Now, is that still going to be wrapped up into, or women's sports still going to be wrapped up into the Olympic sports?
Well, the women's sports are women.
Yeah.
It's basketball specifically.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be unless they're going to give a big fat raise to the Olympics because they're making bank. I mean, viewership was way down, obviously, because of no Caitlin Clark, which.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, I'm not going to talk about that because I think how she's been treated as absolutely clownish and stupid, and just there's a lot of opinions there I could get into.
Well, and I
But-
think that you just here's the issue I have with that, and not to go off on a completely different thing. It's like, I don't think the fact that it was Caitlin Clark is the only reason that viewership was down, right? Because where was Caitlin Clark? Iowa. And where did, there's a lot of geography that still goes into the metrics and algebra on how to figure out what these deals are worth. And if you've only got that pocket of UConn, lovers and that pocket of South Carolina fams, right, kind of tuning into this, it's going to be a smaller base. You pulled more eyes in, not necessarily because it was Caitlin Clark, although that was supported in the media. And of course, you had 2 years of that, but it's the Midwest. So there's a lot of eyes that not just from Iowa, but throughout that Midwestern region that are going to be paying more attention because is not just her, but geographically located in an area that you're going to cover a wider radius than you are with just the tightly compacted UConn and South Carolina fans. Because down here, we're awfully segmented, right? I mean, like we tangentially pull for SEC teams in certain circumstances, and then others we do not, because we're like, no, screw them. They're our rivals. We don't want to see that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't know. I think UConn, being the big brand they are, actually helped a little bit. You're right about Iowa. That's a huge, they got a ton of alumni.
Yeah.
UCLA being in it, the Final Four helped. I mean, all right, so the ratings were down.
Yep.
I do think to a certain extent, Caitlin Clark had a lot to do with it just because she was talked up a lot.
Yeah. And she had been the repeat performance, like the whole thing. Is she going to be able to win? Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's the same reason people watch Steph Curry. They like to watch people that can hit from 33 shoot.
Yeah.
I don't know why people that that talk about basketball, it's like shooting secondary in a lot of ways. Why? That's not the reason But anyway, so the ratings are down, but they still were up, if that makes sense. They were down over last year, but since like 2022, they're way up.
Yeah, year over year, but the sport is gaining more eyes than it has traditionally in, say, the past 5 years. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And that's kind of how it is. And somebody, Kenny in the Nana Sports chat box mentioned the ESPN covers the problem is they have their stars and they elevate them. And Juju Watkins from SC Southern Cal was their star, and she unfortunately got hurt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, but the women's basketball covers are just a bunch of former UConn players.
That's a lot of the problem is it's still loaded with those former UConn
and
players.
They're not worth a flip. They don't tell me anything about the game. They talk in platitudes. They're just unintelligent. I mean, I don't want to say unintelligent, but uninteresting people.
Yeah.
And that are just grinning and bearing it, and the way they treat South Carolina is pathetic. I mean, as far as that sport goes in the media, and there's all these stupid narratives they push. Anyway, taking that aside, they're going to make their money. Back to baseball though, and the Nana Sports chat box, just to wrap a bow on this. All right, Jay Fruit. Yeah, well, the Carolina's definitely. I know the announcers call North Carolina, Carolina. I think SEC Network does a good job of calling Carolina, though. Mike Morgan does it, I know.
Yeah.
Robert chimes in and says, remember Lou Holtz's first season, then how it changed in the second season. I do. Similarity.
Yeah.
Similarity there. Lou and Paul Maneri are different people. I mean, they have kind of different, I don't know. So,
I don't know if the equivalent of what we're living through now is 0-11 either at baseball.
Yeah,
you have not gotten to that point.
No, but it's long term. Yeah, I'd love to see a second year turnaround, and then you can do it. You can do it nowadays in college. Maddox asks if Colin Murray Boyles is coming back. We're not having an answer on that until the summer because he's going to go through the draft process now before everybody freaks out. I mean, he's announced that the draft in basketball, you can go through the draft process and actually go through the draft and still come back.
Yeah.
which I think is completely fair given the limited amount of draft picks pro basketball has and the structure of it. So we're not going to know till the NBA draft time whether or not he's coming back. I can say there's confidence, but that's a life decision and basically up to CMB and his family. I hope so, because I think that that would be very positive for next year's basketball team.
Yeah.
He always did the right thing this year. He missed a couple free throws here and there, right? That stunk. But he played within the offense. In I think the Florida game, you're sitting there, he's got 7 assists. That's an unselfish player, He actually could have made the argument for him to shoot more from outside. I think he's great for what Carolina and Lamont Paris like to do.
Yeah.
So, I think it'd be great if he comes back. Bruin says it's borderline there now, honestly, JC. Are you talking about the baseball program kind of being in the wilderness or the
I think so.
abyss? I don't think it is. I think this team is. But this is a program that has been in 2021 to a regional, 2023 to a super, 2024 to a regional. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about not living up to people's standards. That's what I'm saying. You got to let go of the standards and get it back up to where it's that way. It's unrealistic to think somebody's going to go to Omaha in 1 year.
Yeah.
Because it's just not, the program's just not there. But it can get worse. I promise you it can get worse than it is now. And that's what I think needs to be avoided. And I think the way you avoid that is you have kind of a pathway, a plan. I'm not talking about enormous things here, dude, and dudes and dudettes. Matt says it sucks. Most of women's basketball games are on network TV and not plus, but don't get your share of profits from that. You actually do, but it's part of that Olympic sports package, Phil.
Right. Which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, they're making. You want to talk about profit? The Disney's. If I'm Disney, I'm not in a hurry to redo this because your margins on that are probably insane. Because your ratings on national TV for women's basketball games are great.
Who watches women's gymnastics? Like regularly?
Certain SEC fan bases, and then people who are in love with Libby Dunn.
Yeah.
So Rebecca Lobo is complete trash, Jay Fruce says.
And who was it? Like Sue Bird? Yeah, Kenny. I checked in on the Bird and Taurasi last year for about 5 minutes, and I'm like, nah.
No. How about no?
How about no?
That was terrible television.
Yeah. The other problem is that ESPN is in freaking Bristol, Connecticut. So it's all you're
right
built
down the road,
right
dude.
Down the road from
right
this.
Down the road.
I can guarantee you when Gino leaves, there's going to be a power vacuum inside the women's broadcasting wing of ESPN because that program will not be able to sustain the level of success without him there, especially right after it's over.
Yeah.
And 2-10. Yeah. Oh, I hear you, Queen. I know. And listen, now I will say the equivalent of 0-11 is if this baseball team cannot win a single conference series. That's what that looks like. Like that, I would say that then is a complete losing season because you're not going to lose all your games in baseball. That's not the way baseball's designed. But if you do drop every conference series, then that's essentially 0-11.
And there's no opportunities to get a power conference series win outside of the conference either. The Bruin says he's referring to fans losing interest. Yeah, but that's team. That's this team.
Yeah.
Like team job program. The place was still packed for opening day, even with the weather considered.
Mm-hmm.
I just think fans quickly, Gamecock baseball fans are pretty smart. I think they kind of figured out, and then once the Clemson game in Greenville, there are a ton of Gamecock fans there making noise, at least judging by the noise.
Yeah.
But you drop that Clemson series and then you start like you did, it's going to be tough. And then you play Tennessee at home The Oklahoma series was not well attended. I don't care what anybody says.
No,
maybe it should have been. Maybe that's maybe it should have been. But weather again was a factor there. At Tennessee series, big crowds, but man, heck, a lot of it had orange on.
Right.
They didn't. I don't. And that was actually an entertaining series. I'm talking like you let it go bad for years and years and years. You're not going to have a big crowd on opening day. There's not going to be any hope of opening day. We won't have a 4-hour special.
Yeah, right.
Nobody will care. It's Frank Martin and Lamont Paris both have had good basketball teams here. And Frank, like I said, had bubble teams for a while, critical games. It takes what happened last year where the SEC record's unbelievable and people are talking about Carolina being a 2 seed and winning the league to fill it up. And then it doesn't carry over, obviously, at all.
No.
That's what I'm talking about. Baseball's not like that. Shoot, Paul, if they go sweep A&M this weekend, there'll be great crowds for Ole Miss, right?
Yeah, I would hope so.
For Ole Miss. I mean, it's not that far gone, and that's program. Programs one, jobs one, team. The team this year, yes, we've lost some interest. Now, and a lot. Some of that also has to do with men's basketball, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Because you went through a similar situation where there's optimism, and then you find out, these guys aren't very good.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, we're yeah.
And people want to keep blaming the league.
Yeah.
And that's why I've been saying for a couple of weeks, I don't want to hear how tough the SEC is. And if you want to talk about that, then we do need to have a long-term. We talk about long-term because right now you can't do anything about it. How tough everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this baseball team should have beaten Oklahoma in Game 3. Those are mistakes that cost them that series in the final game. They had it won. And then, is it realistic? And then Tennessee, in that one game that they really had the great chance to win, Phil, you can't give up that many home runs.
Nope.
To a 174 hitter. You give up the winning home run.
Right.
That's B. And so it could be better there. And then C, after winning the opener at Mississippi State, you just don't Sunday, you don't care. I mean, so that's
you can't hit against a guy with a 7 ERA.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to hear how tough the SEC is because you should be sitting on 5 or 6 wins right now with the meat of your schedule done. That's my thing with that's so tough.
Yeah,
but it's just one of those things. I hate to do this because he really needs to join.
No.
John Edwards says this baseball team has shown us nothing to show us they will win a conference series. I agree. Baseball is in the abyss right now and has been. Nope, the abyss. Yeah, the abyss. My man is way to be determined.
Yeah,
the abyss is much lower, sir.
Yeah. Right now you're a volcano program.
Wilderness.
You're the equivalent of you're in the wilderness and you're a volcano program.
Yeah, in the wilderness a bit. And frankly, in college athletics, that happens usually after a legendary coach leaves a program where he's at his, where he's winning big. Yeah. Except Duke basketball for some reason, but they can't get out of the Final Four, semifinals. The Charleston Citadel game was pretty full of Gamecocks. Yeah, the out of Columbia fan base.
Yeah,
actually will show more than the Columbia fan base at times.
I love it. Like if they play in Greenville and it's not against Clemson and you got to pay exorbitant secondary market prices for tickets, I'm here. I'm there. Like taking the family, we're all there. It's just why not?
Queen says, Bruin says, Queen, I've been a gymnastics fan my whole life. It is satire. Excellent work, my friend.
Yes, yeah. People do like Livy Dunn because of her assets, Queen.
John says if this team can lose to Mississippi State, they certainly can lose to the Aggies. I think the Aggies are better than Mississippi State.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Let's just hope we get the 2 weeks ago Aggies and not the last week Aggies, and then we'll be okay.
I think Texas A&M, Whittle said it best. He goes, they installed a coach.
Yep.
They did. So they wouldn't. Trev Alberts, genius, probably could save some money on his salary, right? Installed the coach, and look, you have to have. Yeah, I mean, just like in the NBA now, there's a lot of what I think's just, I mean, vomit happening with coaches getting fired with winning records and chasing playoff berths because the players you coached them too hard. I mean, there's some old school NBA players who are taking them to freaking task about it, and they should. It's why LeBron James will never be Michael Jordan. The whining example that he sets. His play is outstanding, no problem with that. Yeah. But his entitlement and whining personality, rather than that warrior mentality like Kobe had or like Michael had, has trickled down, and this league is full of whiners, and they get that same thing happened in AM baseball. There's a reason, and the same thing happened to Kentucky basketball under Cal. Same thing arguably happened to Arkansas this year. That team, as we all saw, was much better than what they played because it's entitlement. And with college kids, really unlike the NBA guys that are supposed to be grown men, college kids can't handle that. I mean, does the president and vice president of the fraternity handle that success well, would you say, in most instances, compared to what that person will be in life 10 years down the road, where he's like, man, I regret this. I regretted that. No, I mean, they're young people. When I was that age, Phil, I couldn't handle anything.
Not serious.
I look back sometimes in college and I'm like, man, I wish I'd have done this. I mean, why didn't I do? I was lazy and partied all the time and still handsome and talented.
Right.
But not, I mean, and these are college kids. So you install a coach like that, these guys aren't going to give a flip.
Mm-mm.
And they haven't until they were Tennessee. And the team that beat them and cost them a national title last year was playing them, and had run ruled them the night before. And let's call it a little self-motivation, right? And they got up off the mat and started playing because those guys have talent. I talk about talent. A&M is overflowing with. So
plenty of talent on that roster.
As Bill says, forget 2-10. Also include Clemson and North Carolina. I mean,
I'm not saying that this team
live in the past.
Nobody's saying that this team is great.
And I don't think that if the record was 5-7 right now, anybody'd care about Clemson and North Carolina. You always care about that Clemson series. Everybody should, but you can't let that keep you from supporting a team that can get to the NCAA tournament. Right now, this team's not going to the NCAA tournament.
No.
It's going to take a little bit of heavy lifting to get there.
Yeah.
And so I get that. But, I mean, so if you include Clemson and North Carolina, that's like, 2-14 against teams that are pretty good with a pulse.
Yeah, quad one teams.
And in both of those
in quad one games.
Both of those wins fill the other. I mean, I remember that Oklahoma game, they won 11-5. Oklahoma did not have what I would call a stellar day fielding the baseball.
Right. Oklahoma helped you there because
and so did Mississippi State last week.
Yep. Their infield defense is
terrible about that series. And we're just not going to do our other break today, Phil. We'll make
but we don't need to. I covered them in the morning show. We're good.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, but I'm just like, look, man, it's, that was the team that was on the ropes, and you landed the first punch, and then you stood there, took her gloves off, started twiddling your thumbs. It was like, hit me. Hit me.
I know.
You let pitchers that were terrible shut you. I mean, the reliever that came in, and this is, Whittle asked Paul Maneri after the game too. It's, hey, this guy, what did this guy reliever do to shut you down? This guy came in when it was 6-4. Final was 11-4. Carolina didn't get another base runner. And Maneri was just like, well, the game was out of reach by the time he came in. And it's like, I didn't know 6-4 was out of reach.
Yeah,
you were down 5-1 and came back. So, who's responsible for the whining mentality in baseball? Kitty says. Queen of the Cock says travel ball.
Yeah. The same AAU is the same problem in basketball.
Oh, yeah. Kenny beat you to it, Phil.
Yeah. These kids are soft, man.
Well, it's weird. It's like in AAU basketball, somebody pointed this out to me. You have tournaments, you play in constant tournaments, which is, there's winners and losers. They keep score. Teams playing a tight game in AAU ball and the other team hits a winning shot. They're not laying on in a championship game, for a trophy. They're not laying on the floor crying and upset like they are in college or high school basketball. They're not. There's no pressure.
Mm-hmm.
In travel baseball, they play so many games. I've seen the South Park where that travel team, where Kyle and Stan's travel team wanted to lose intentionally, and the other one did too. I mean, if I were this is what I wish Cole would have played basketball. Because he loves basketball. He loves football too, but he loves basketball. And he's a big, tall kid now.
Yeah.
He was kind of shorter and looked like an offensive guard or a center. Now he looks like a forward or a small forward.
Yeah.
And he shoots. He goes to the gym and plays ball with his buddies. I wish he would have played because he's got a good shot too. I mean, he's a good shooter. I wish that, but I am thankful to the Lord in heaven that when I married this lovely woman, my wife, and inherited 2 stepkids, that not a damn one of them are travel baseball players. I cannot believe those parents do. I mean, you hear about it too. There's some stuff that goes on during college football Saturdays, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm pissed off when Cole has a high school football meeting on college football Saturdays because I feel like the coaches up here don't take it serious enough.
Right.
The sacred nature of college football.
That's right.
The Bears are playing everybody's off, but no.
Yeah, no.
We're going to meet right on up till game day goes off.
That's right. Just wait until they miss that national title run that Northwestern puts together. They'll be thinking differently then, JC.
Yeah. Hey, Northwestern's getting a new stadium. Looks
I know,
good.
man. Yeah,
hey, if they do
like
this
a freaking beaches resort up there on Lake Michigan.
This stadium's like modernistic and it's smaller. Hey, if they do the Big Ten SEC Challenge and Carolina comes up here to play,
we're all Southwestern right up there.
Probably won't be here, but yeah, by that point, I'll just have just moved.
Yeah,
hey,
right.
We'll come back up and stay with friends. And no, that's Northwestern's actually on the other side of town for me, but the new stadium's going to be nice. So anyway, there's my rant for today. This is a pretty good show.
Yeah, that was fun.
I didn't mean to start preaching and I didn't ever think we would have. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk football, but you can listen to Coffee. I talked about yards after catch today and how important it is. That sounds boring, but it's actually something that when you dig into Carolina's offense last year, Phil, that needs to improve, especially considering they lost the Yak King and Josh Simon.
Josh Simon, right? Yeah.
So that's it. One more thing. Chat box Bruin says, bad thing, JC. Rec ball has become irrelevant. And travel ball is crazy. There's no in between. Oh, by the way, the Queen of the Cocks got
nice
Rise and Shine gourmet coffee from Garnet Trust. Thank you for letting me know because I was thinking about that today. I was going to actually ask you, but I was also supposed to talk a little football today. We'll talk football tomorrow, I promise.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow.
There's always tomorrow. The sun come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar there's tomorrow. Anyway, enjoy Carolina baseball this evening. I'm going to enjoy this chili and the righteous gemstones tonight.
Nice.
And I'll have coffee in the morning. Don't quite know what I'm going to talk about yet, but I've got 3 different topics. Some of the topics that are bigger picture that I can talk about at any time, I'm trying to save for like
when you're really hurting for
balls over. But we're definitely gonna talk some ball tomorrow. And Jay Frew said to watch Death Sentence. Okay, I will. Apparently shot in Columbia. Part of it shot in Columbia. So that'll be good. John Goodman spent a lot of time in South Carolina, man. Over the line.
Over the line.
And a good day to you, sir.
I put in one of the tweets today. I was like, obviously, Brad's not a golfer. So that would be multiple Lebowski references today.
Wow. You're killing your father, Larry.
You're killing your...
Have you ever heard of Vietnam, Larry?
You see what happens, Larry?
This is what happens.
Do you see what
This
happens?
is what happens
when you find a stranger in the Alps? I love the
Find a
TV
stranger
edit.
in the Alps.
The TV edit.
That's amazing. All right, Phil, get us out, bub.
What do we got here? That's Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Oh, baseball tonight, 8 o'clock, first pitch here, our time out there. We've got Stuart Lake and, of course, Meredith Taylor coming fresh off of her visit to Augusta. She's been in Augusta for 2 days. She'll tell us how beautiful it was. We all know the answer to that and what she saw and how it looks with post-storm, because she actually has a frame of reference, having not only attended but played there. Jealous. I know you're jealous. But for JC, I'm Phil Mullinax. We will all see you tomorrow for Friday. Enjoy the rest of your Thirsty Thursday and go Cox.